Wake up in dark age, cue the vills, let's go. 8 p.m. rising like a storm, I'm about to blow. Scout on the run and he's looking for a snack. Oh no, I'm lamed again, boys gon' get him back. Drop a house, nope, too slow, now I'm housed. TC idle and my chat's getting loud. Click, 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 through the panic and the pain. If I don't macro now, I'll be late to Castle Edge again. Click, click, hit a rhythm of the fight. Micro every skirm like my life's on the line tonight. Pop cap, yeah, the struggle is real, but when the trap rolls out, you know I seal the deal. Click, click, let the villagers chant. 8 p.m. sky high, this is his age of empires, man. From lemon to late game, we never relax. Just micro, macro, boom, and attack. Through the wars, hitting our scouts in my base. Tryna wall it all in, but there's no empty space. Fears on the chase, and my eco's all whack. Who needs resources when you go hard like that? Drop a farm, no wood, man, I'm doomed. Monks on the hill, tryna say wololo too. Click, click, hear the chaos in my brain. My APM's pumping like a freaking hurricane. Click, click, hear the rhythm of the fight. Micro every skirm like my life's on the line tonight. Pop cap, yeah, the struggle is real, but when the trip rolls out, you know I'll seal the deal. Click, click, let the villagers chant. 8 p.m. sky high, this is his age of empires, man. From lemon to late game, we never relax. Just micro, macro, boom, and attack. From Arabia sands to the black forest trees, every map is chaos, but it feels like destiny. When the GG drops and the crowd starts to scream, you know you build different, hell we to dream. Click, click, one more battle to command. Pop cap, but I'm ready, got the game in my hands. Micro magic, eco tragic, but I still stand. 'Cause this is age of empires, baby. Welcome to the land. Welcome to the land. Welcome to the land.
It's time, my friends, for a story that never ends. A tale as old as time, and one that might just rhyme.
Yeah. This tale is of a man named Andrew, who is always decked out in the color blue. His mission is to accomplish all that he is told to do. With one simple swing of the hammer, he makes things brand new.
His life's not always fair, but the mangonels need repair. His talents are very rare, so he doesn't have time to live in despair.
His life is always in danger, he is well aware. His mother warned him that this job was not worth the flare. The life of a repairville is quite the thrill, if you live long enough and don't get killed.
Some say the veil that mines the gold is truly bold, but what about the veil that climbs the hill to fix the mango?
Yeah. The knight has a sword and a shield that he can wield, but all Andrew has is his hammer, which has no glamour. He swings fast while he is under attack, no time to fear, even when his fate is near.
While rocks fly by, he remains the ever-faithful repair guy, the unsung hero of the fight, the veil who repairs even in the darkest of nights. While rocks rain down all around in the town, Andrew stands brave and tall next to the town center hall.
Though fury may come fast through Andrew's steady hands, his town will last even through rock and fire. His hands never tire, for he is the legendary hero.
The repairville who could not fail or fall, that would last through it all.
After all the smoke had faded and the kingdom settled down, Andrew traded in the battlefield for a quiet little town. He was fixing up a fence post when he saw her passing through. A friendly smile, a gentle wave, nothing fancy, just brand new. They talked about the weather, how the harvest might be late, how the river ran a little low, how the nights were feeling great. And Andrew felt a calmness that he'd never known before. Not fireworks or thunder, just a heart that wanted more. Andrew, life feels easy when she's walking next to you. No more chaos, no more castles falling. Andrew, guess love doesn't always need a grand debut. Sometimes it's just easy mornings spent with someone true. She'd bring him little lunches when he worked out by the fields, bread and fruit and laughter that could make his burdens yield. They'd sit under the old oak, watch the clouds drift overhead, talking simple hopes and stories that were better left unsaid. And he liked the way she listened, liked the quiet of her ways, liked the way she made the sunlight feel a little more like praise. No legends, no bright prophecy, just two folks finding peace, enjoying slow and steady, like a song released. Oh, Andrew, life feels easy when she's walking next to you. No more armor, no more enemies to rule. You didn't chase it, but somehow it came through. Loving all those easy moments shared by just you two. He'd fought 1,000 battles, but none felt quite as right as sitting on a porch step, talking softly through the night. Now the days are mostly simple, fixing huts and tending grain. She helps him with the planting, laughing when it starts to rain. And Andrew finds he's happier than he ever was before. Not heroic, not exalted, just content and wanting more. Andrew, life feels lighter with her hand inside your own. No more searching, no more wandering alone. Love doesn't need a kingdom or a throne, just easy mornings, gentle evenings, and a place that feels like home.
All right, guys, you get to see all the stuff that's happening behind the scenes on my on Google Chrome for me. So we have the draft, guys, for Lewis Doubt. This is to me, the most important set of the day. The most fun set of the day will be between Lewis and Doubt. You have like the new and up and coming pro that's been rising for like the last year and a half, 2 years. Lewis has been just coming up from nothing to being one of the best AoE players on the scene, challenging great players that have been pros for a while, and I would say that Doubt is part of like the old guard, right? Like he's part of the historic pro scene that has he's proven himself time and time and time and time and time again. And so it's like you're a veteran pro player that's been on the scene forever with rising star pro player that is looking to prove himself in the biggest tournament on the scene this year, right? And so they just did their map draft. Lewis picked Crownwood and Stonefront, and Doubt picked Dorothea Quarry and Loch Ness. Now, this is not super surprising. Lewis plays really well on more open maps. He's absolutely goated at Arabia. And Crownwood is kind of like the Arabia type map, one of the Arabia type maps for Redbull. Stonefront is kind of like Arabia as well. Not quite as much, but both these resemble Arabia play. And so I think that they'll be very good for Lewis. Dorothea Quarry and Loch Ness are both maps they're like hybrid maps with water. And especially Loch Ness being more water oriented. There's a lot of water on that map. Maybe Doubt has some special strategies cooked up on these maps, right? And I actually saw a very special strategy cooked up on Rampart from both Doubt and who I can't remember who the other player was, but I saw two really good strategies on Rampart yesterday. So I'm looking forward to this. This should be really fun. Let me go back real quick, and we can pick out the Civ draft as well. Is this a Civ draft? No, that's map draft again. Where does their Civ draft? Maybe they're not in the Civ draft yet. Let me reload the page and see. Oh, there it is. Hold on. There it is. All right, guys. So now we have the Civ draft, and okay, Ketons were immediately banned by that's an admin ban, so they two civs get like deselected immediately, and it was Vikings and Ketons. Lewis banned Inca and Koreans, and Doubt banned Burgundians and Saracens. I would say all four of these are very, very meta civs in the current Redbull format, so this is not surprising at all that these four civs were banned. Lewis picks Wei as his first pick, and I think Wei is definitely a strong first pick. I think Wei is one of the best civs outside of these top four. Doubt picked Bengalis and Mongols, and this is really crazy because I think these two civs, Bengalis and Mongols, yeah. I think Bengalis and Mongols are the two best civs for Rampart. So now the question is, what is Lewis going to play on Rampart? If the two best civs have already been taken, right? What's Lewis going to play on Rampart? What's going on with screen capture here? One second, guys. Sorry, I'm having a problem with this screen capture filling out the full size it's supposed to. I guess we can leave it there, that's fine. Anyway. Alright, so Lewis goes Wei, Vietnamese, Jurchens, Georgians, Dravidians. I could see Dravidians being a Loch Ness pick, because they have Loch Ness as one of the maps. I could see Wei being Stonefront or Crownwood. I could also see Vietnamese on Crownwood, though. Right? I think Armenians will be the pick for Loch Ness for Doubt. So I think he's going to probably play Bengalis on... Doubt got lucky. He got Rampart for the admin map. Yeah, I do think that that's a good map for him. I think Rampart is going to be Bengalis for Doubt. Armenians will be Loch Ness. I don't know where he's going to play Bulgarians and Byzantines. These are interesting picks. Huns is not surprising. That will probably be like Crownwood or something. I would guess he's going to play that on Crownwood. I think Lewis will play the Wei or the Vietnamese on Crownwood. I think he'll play Dravidians on Loch Ness. I think he'll play like Georgians on Stonefront. This is interesting. Let me pull up the other captains. Let's pull up the map draft and look at it. Oops. And I clicked the same thing twice. Where's the other one? There it is. Okay. So, Dorothea Quarry. What do we think they're going to play on Dorothea Quarry here? Maybe we see Persians. Persians or Jurchens could be Dorothea Quarry, I suppose. I think Bulgarians or Byzantines will be Dorothea Quarry for Doubt. Loch Ness, I think, is definitely going to be Armenians and Dravidians. 100%. Stonefront could be Bulgarians, Georgians. Crownwood, I think, is going to be Huns' Way. Maybe Mongols' Way. That's what I think. I could be mistaken, but that's what I think it's probably going to be. I'm going to look at Spectator Dashboard, guys. You can look with me, and we'll see when they're getting into their game. They're still in the drafting process, so they're probably going to be a minute before they hop into their game, right? But I'm super surprised. I'm super surprised with Doubt's draft, actually. I don't know where he's going to play Bulgarians. And I don't know where he's going to play Byzantines, actually. Like, on different maps, I could see Byzantines or Bulgarians being really strong. On these maps, I'm really not sure where. Like, Bulgarians just seems like an odd pick. I guess I could potentially see it in Dorothea Quarry. I just want to see what he's cooking with Bulgarians. Like, he has to have a special strat, right? Like, Bulgarians, they're Krepos, they get the instant men-at-arms. It's going to be something unique. It's going to be something unique. It's not going to be typical. I think that Lewis is going to play pretty standard or meta for the most part. And he's going to try and beat Doubt with, like, the straight-up typical standard strategies by just playing really clean. I think Doubt and Lewis are going to have to play completely opposite play styles. So if Doubt wants to win, I think he has to play unorthodox, off-meta strategies where he surprises Lewis with something Lewis wasn't expecting. I think if Lewis and Doubt both play meta, that Lewis will win 3-0. I do believe this is a best of 5. Let me double check to make sure it's a best of 5. I think the best of 7 is only the last one. It doesn't say. Yeah, it is a best of 5. It's a best of 5. So I think Lewis will 3-0 Doubt if Doubt tries to play standard meta play and falls into the trap, because Lewis he's faster, right? He's younger. So I think Doubt needs to use all of the knowledge that he has, the past experience that he has, the strategy that he has, and needs to do things that are unexpected to throw Lewis off his game to be able to win this. And I think Lewis needs to be prepared for those odd strategies that could potentially throw him off his game, and needs to react well to those when they come. Right? I think we're going to see the Bengali Ratha all-in play on Rampart, and I want to see how Lewis plays against that, because yesterday that same strategy happened, and I believe Doubt was Mongols and Dogao was Bengalis. I think that was the matchup, and the Bengalis were so strong. And just incredibly hard to play against. And I want to see what Lewis does to figure that out. Also, Dan, it's good to see you. Teutonic, happy to see you here. So yeah, I'm thinking my prediction is I think Lewis is going to win 3-1. That would be my prediction. But I would be happy if it went to a game 5. I'd be so happy if it went to a game 5. I think it has the potential to go to a game 5. Right? And now Lewis is in the lobby. He's just waiting for Doubt. So they're getting ready to go. This is super exciting. This is the set that I was most looking forward to out of all of the sets, I think. And for the record, the Barles Yo set is also happening. They're also playing right now. I'm gonna be casting Lewis Doubt. It's gonna be Lewis Doubt, and then I'll probably cast MBL and whoever wins this game between Lewis, or this set between Lewis and Doubt. Those are like the two ones that I'm probably gonna focus on, that I most wanted to cast today, and we're gonna try and get those cast. All right, looks like they're both in the lobby now. They're probably checking settings, getting ready to go. Getting ready to go. And we'll hop over to that screen here very soon. But yeah, I think it's gonna be one of the best sets of the tournament for sure. Okay, still not in the game. I do want to see. Let's check this. I know that Yo and Barles are in a game. Maybe we just hop over and see real quick. I'm sure it's being cast. I bet T90's casting it. We'll look at it for a minute. Looks like it's still 0-0. Barles and Yo. Okay, Barles looks like he's slightly ahead in this game. With the better, does have the better civ. Italians is definitely the better civ here. I'm actually surprised by Hun's on Loch-ness. Maybe that's what Doubt's gonna do. Maybe Doubt's gonna do Hun's on Loch-ness. It's possible. Okay, they're in the game. They're in the game. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna get you guys over to that screen. Here we go. Okay, we got a minute to wait. A minute to wait, and then it's all ready. I'll let you guys see what I'm seeing. You're rooting for my coach? I'm rooting for Lewis. Most people already know that I'm rooting for Lewis, but I am indeed rooting for Lewis. Okay, there we go. And what's up, Wolf? Good to see you. Good to see you. We'll go straight over to Capture Age, guys, as soon as we get in the game. And it's going to be Georgians, Mongols. Georgians Mongols on Rampart. This is unexpected. This is actually really unexpected. I fully expected. Let me pause it real quick and let's transition over to Capture Age. And I'll get you guys over there with me as well. Okay. And here we go. I fully expected Bengalis from Doubt here. And I don't know if Lewis expected Bengalis or not, but we're going to have Mongols, FC into Steppe Lancers. 100%, that's going to be the strategy, right? And Lewis is looking for those boars to try and take them from Doubt. He doesn't want Doubt to be able to get all of his boars because of how much fast food that will give Doubt and enable him to do his FC. And Lewis is going to open archers. I can't say I think this is a good idea. I think that if Lewis plays army in feudal, it could mean a quick game 1. I have seen several games of Mongols dominating with Steppe Lancers when the opponent opens feudal army. I think if you're Lewis, you have to somehow get to FC Cav archers or something like that yourself. I think this is dangerous to play feudal army because Doubt can just tower this. If he towers right here, then he protects the gold, he protects the wood, and he's actually fine. And like Doubt's already up. Doubt's already up, and he's gonna have 2 stables. Doubt doesn't even feel the necessity to tower this. He's like, you've got 2 archers. What do I care? 2 archers is nothing. Now Lewis is going to add the market, but oh, man. Like, adding the market now, it's so late. How are you going to deal with the Steppe Lancers? These Steppe Lancers are going to come out in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Lewis is not even clicked. I think that this is really, really strong start from Doubt, and I don't know what Lewis is gonna do to counter the Steppe Lancer play. And what's up, J-Los? Good to see you. What's up? What's up? I am stunned that Lewis opened this way. He is going to be up almost a full 2 minutes, 1 minute and 40 seconds after Doubt. And what is he gonna do? In that minute and 40 seconds where he has Steppe Lancers charging into his base, what's he gonna do? I'm worried for Lewis in game 1, guys. Worried for Lewis in game 1. And Doubt's up, and there come the Steppe Lancers. Already pumping out the Steppe Lancers. He sells 1 thing of stone, and now he's back on gold because now Lewis just has to run with this army. I mean, it's not much of an army, but he has to run with these units. He's going to lose them right away to the Steppe Lancers, no doubt. And Lewis is going to try and play CA, but Lewis has an entire minute that he's got to survive. He's going to try and wall all of his vills in over here, but this is crazy tough to wall. And Steppe Lancers eat palisades for breakfast. Also, is there a hole here? I can't tell. Are there any holes? Sometimes it's hard to wall this map. And Doubt might just choose to run through. He might just choose to run through and hang out up here. Lewis is trying to get this walled up, but now he's running. And he's running the wrong way. He needs to get a house down. He needs to get a house down. Can he get the house down? Quick wall. Quick wall. Oh, and he deletes the palisade to go out, but he's going to lose at least 1 vill. 1 vill down. And Lewis is up now. He's getting Bodkin. Oh, he's adding a fortified church. I like the fortified church play. This could be really good. Fortified churches could be really strong. They could defend his eco and speed it up. And Doubt's got a lot of Steppe Lancers, but there's 3 ranges and CA is coming out. 3 ranges, the CA is coming out. Now, ooh, I don't really like this. Siege Workshop at home? That should be Siege Workshop forward. Why are we building this at home, Doubt? You have map control with the Step Lancers. Now's the time to press your advantage. And this is not the aggressive play that is going to get Doubt in a good position. I'm doubting Doubt. There comes the Mangonel, but it's going to take forever to get the Mangonel over to Lewis's base. And Lewis is going to mass the CA, and if Doubt's not careful, the CA that are masked by Lewis could eventually pose a really big problem for Doubt. And Doubt just deletes that Step Lancer. He sees that the conversion's going to come in, and he just deletes it. Doubt is collecting his own relics. And Lewis has not taken any yet. But he does have the Monk. I think he's going to try and get a conversion here. He is. He's going to try and get a conversion. He's going to take some shots at these Step Lancers. Ooh, no bloodlines is not good for Lewis. Lewis loses 2 CA. Might lose a 3rd. He needs to get a stable. He recognizes that. He adds the stable. But there come the Mangonels. But do you see how long this is going to take for these Mangonels to come across the map? And it's dangerous. I mean, it's dangerous. Those Mangonels can be picked off while they try and run across the map. And Lewis recognizes that. There's no Repairville. No Repairville for Doubt. Doubt's sending the Repairville now. But he's losing all of the protection. These Step Lancers are going down so quickly. He doesn't have the food to replace them. And we could see maybe even an early redemption for Lewis to be able to convert the Mangonels. And Lewis has picked up 2 relics. He's got the second one coming in now. Oh, and that Monk goes down for free. That was a mistake from Lewis. Thomasinus 78. I think Thomas is a bot. Anyway, hi Lord Snow. What's up? What's up? Maybe get a conversion here. Maybe get a conversion. No conversion comes in. Lewis is going to continue to try and get that conversion. He kills the Repairville. Now there's no Repairville. There's 2 exposed Mangonels. A lot of gold for... Lewis has his scout killing Bills. Sorry about that. Lewis has his scout killing Bills in Doubt's base. Making good use of that feudal age scout. Okay, second TC for Doubt. Doubt wants to expand his eco. Second TC for Lewis. Even Vil count, but the military count is very, very favorable for Lewis. And Lewis splits, avoids the Mangonel shot, and he's going to clean up Vils here. He gets 2 Vils. Oh, actually, he doesn't get that second Vil. Does not get that second Vil. Now, Doubt, 3 Mangonels and 4 Step Lancers on Lewis's front porch. And Lewis just dives in under the gold. He doesn't care about the TC fire. He's like, I'll take your Vils. Thank you very much. And... okay, some decent Mangonel shots there for Doubt. But I think Doubt's going to get cleaned here. I think Lewis is going to go ahead and clear all of this. I think he's going to risk it. He's going to dive in, and he's going to take that fight. And Doubt is behind by 5 Vils now because of the raids. And yeah, here comes Lewis to take the fight. He just does one quick split, gets some good shots in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see ballistics soon from Lewis. I mean, Lewis is on 35 army. Oh, good shot there from Doubt. Good attack ground. And Doubt trying to get some more good attack grounds here. He misses, and he's going to lose a Mangonel. I think Lewis is very, very content with this position, and Lewis finds the second TC. So Lewis now knows that Doubt is on a second TC. I think just by looking at the army numbers, Doubt probably could have known that. Or, I'm sorry, Lewis could have known that Doubt was on 2 TC here. And Lewis with the split micro takes out both mangonels, only loses 2 CA. And the KD is so favorable for Lewis right now. 31 to 15, a 10 to 2 eco KD. Doubt is trying to add more mangonels to defend. But so many CA on the field now for Lewis. And I think Lewis has played this spectacularly. I think Doubt needed to take more risks early on with the aggression. And now he's in a lot of trouble. Now he's going to lose mangonels here. And I think he's going to call this very soon. GG. The GG is called. And Lewis just dominating game 1 with what I thought might be a good strategy in opening from Doubt. Doubt started aggressive, but kind of let his foot off the gas. Didn't put the Siege Workshop forward. Played a little too defensive. And didn't continue to really produce the Step Lancers at the rate that he needed to be. I think that Lewis played this really well, and Doubt maybe not with the aggression that he needed to have to win game 1. So game 1 in the bag for Lewis. We'll go ahead and update the scoreboard. Lewis is ahead here, and I think they'll probably be hopping right into the next game as well. And they're already in the next game. Already in the next game. So we'll hop right out and go to the next game, guys. Oops, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I exited the capture age completely, but here we go into game 2. And I'll bring it up in capture age. Okay, it's got a minute before it's on. I'll switch screens over to Age of Empires for you, so you're not looking at nothing. I thought that Siege Work at home was for Scorp defense. Didn't understand the mangonels at all. I think that Doubt felt as though there was going to be a lot of pressure at his base, and he wanted to have the potential to build Scorps or mangonels at home. But he really needed to... I think he really needed to play aggressive. He needs to play off-meta aggression that will surprise Lewis and throw him off of his game. If Lewis gets to play his game, he plays too clean and he plays too fast for Doubt to be able to keep up with it. I seriously doubt that Lewis will lose if they play like normal, typical AoE Red Bull games, right? Lewis is picking Dravidians here. Doubt is picking Armenians. I think that if Doubt does a all-in Armenian Church Rush, he wins this game. I think that if he plays standard, FC into like crossbow timing or castle drop into composite bowman or something along those lines, I think he loses. So he needs to surprise Lewis. He needs to surprise Lewis. He cannot play standard. All right, guys, let's go ahead and hop into Capture Age because Capture Age is so much better. All right, I'm in Capture Age. I'll bring you guys over with me. Here we go. And it's going to be Lewis as Dravidians, and it's going to be Doubt as Armenians. And I think that late game, Dravidians is just the better civ. But I think that if Doubt can utilize the fortified churches and a siege push, do like fortified church monk siege push, that Doubt could potentially really throw Lewis off and maybe put so much pressure on that he can take this game. But I think anything other than that kind of all-in strategy here will be to Lewis's advantage, right? Double dock start for Lewis. This is really interesting. Single dock start for Doubt, double dock start for Lewis, and double docking just tells me that Lewis wants full control of the water, and I think potentially because he doesn't want to get church rushed. He wants to own the crossing so that he does not get pressured on land from the Armenians. If I think that if Doubt can get that church rush going with mangonels, so hard to stop. Yeah, let's check and see. We should check and see. He doesn't. He just missed the second dock. That's a great question, Sonny. And yeah, Doubt does not see 2 docks. He sees 1 dock. I don't think it would matter if Doubt saw this. I mean, it would matter, but like Doubt can't match the docks anyway because he doesn't have the wood. So, like, although he might be able to at least be aware of the second dock, he won't be able to match the numbers because he's not Dravidians, right? Dravidians starting with that extra 200 wood allows them to do this kind of opening. And I think Dravidians on this map is actually, like, one of the #1 picks. I lost hard to Dravidians in my set against Sebastian yesterday as well. Like, Dravidians is very good here. Very, very good. And we're not going to see any fishing ships added right away. Oh, this is actually risky. Like, this is actually really risky. Doubt is playing a very risky game going forward with these archers. Because he has no idea if there's a demo. Oh, and Doubt loses a Vil here to the men-at-arms. Will he lose a second? I don't think so. I think the archer will kill this before he can get it. Yeah, okay. And now, there are some skirms in here. I don't think... Oh. Okay, Doubt deletes the house to make sure that he gets those Vils out of there. I don't actually think there's any damage for Doubt to do here. Lewis was so quick in getting his base walled. Like, this is actually insane. Lewis played range, double dock, took the water, and got his base walled in, like, record time. Lewis is playing just incredibly well. And Doubt's going to send more archers forward. But, like, this is risky. I'm really surprised that he's getting away with this. Like, if I were Lewis, I would want to have a demo on this crossing so he can't just continually send army. But maybe Lewis is thinking it doesn't matter because he has the skirms to deal with it, right? He has the fast-shooting skirms. And Sonny says, well, Doubt has more res collected. Doubt does have more res collected because he's Armenians. His mule carts, right? When he gets the tech from his mule cart... it works 25% faster. I believe it's 25% faster. No, 40. My bad. 40% faster. So, these, the Armenian Vils are going to be working faster. This is true. In the beginning, it's going to be, good for Armenians. That's why they're pretty decent early on. It's just mostly their comp later in the game is not very strong. And Lewis is going to lose this Vil. So it's going to be 1-to-1 in the Eco KD. And Doubt is now ahead in the overall KD 7-2. And this is actually really good from Doubt. Doubt was able to, on one dock to push back the double dock play from Lewis. Now both players will be up to castle. The archers are getting killed from Lewis's killing Doubt's archers. And I don't actually think that Doubt wants to continue with archers. I think he wants to take the crossing, and I think he wants to go across and do fortified church. Yeah. He's gonna try and do fortified churches. I think he's gonna put the first one on this side, but then he's gonna try and push across. But this is what I was talking about. Now Lewis has the demo. And I think Lewis has the demo in case the Vils come, or okay, he's gonna use it to help hopefully win the water, right? And right now, Lewis knows he cleared. He cleared all of Doubt's archers, and oh, okay, scale armor and squires I think is gonna be for warrior priests. Yeah. Warrior priests are now gonna cross. And I think we're going to see Vils cross with the warrior priest. And this is the exact strategy I was talking about. If Doubt plays aggressive, he can't wait. If Doubt waits, then Lewis will get his eco running. He'll get his position established. He'll get enough stone to drop a castle. And this won't work. But Doubt really needs to press his advantage. I think he needs to go across with Vils and get a fortified church up on Lewis. Lewis is going back behind with 7 skirms, but honestly, 7 skirms will do nothing. Doubt does have a second TC up. And his eco is strong. He's up 1k res collected. Yeah, I don't love the eco approach against Dravidians, because Dravidians just late game, they get bombard cannon, they get really good infantry, they get elephant archers, they get arb, they get really good skirms, and I just don't feel like the Armenians have the unit comp to win against what Dravidians can make. So you don't want to boom it out and then have a late game against one of the best late game civs. If you're talking full eco, slow push, Dravidians are one of the best. I think that if Doubt doesn't put some aggressive pressure on Lewis, Lewis is just gonna, he's gonna boom right along with Doubt, and then he's gonna have the better late game comp. But maybe Doubt could go for a an early imp play, right? Maybe he's gonna boom, and then maybe he can play like an aggressive castle arb timing, and maybe he can do something with that, right? But the problem is Lewis is winning the water, and if Lewis wins the water, although Doubt will have 7 relics, right? He's gonna have 7 relics if he gets all of the relics, and I think he will. He's gonna have 7 relics, but if Lewis wins the water, he can deny all of the extra golds and stones along the shore, and those 7 relics will not be as good as having all of the extra golds and stones on the map. And that's what I'm afraid of for Doubt, is that he plays the relic game, he plays the resource game, but if there's enough ships on the crossing, he won't be able to cross over. Now, he does have a lot of warrior priests, and there's no army yet from Lewis. No army yet from Lewis. Okay. This is, I'm a little bit surprised that Lewis has not built anything, and he's gonna build elephant archers. Let's go. Love to see the elephant archers, guys. Amazing. This is so cool to see that we're gonna see. Is it just gonna be one elephant archer, or is he gonna continue? No, he's gonna keep making them. Let's go. Elephant archers to combat the warrior priests. And elephant archers are an amazing unit if you have the eco, and the eco's not looking horrible for Lewis. Lewis does have a decent eco, and Doubt is actually trying to add back on water. He's trying to get back on water. He's adding the docks underneath the fortified church. And I do believe that Doubt has all 7 relics. Doubt has 7 relics. But now the question is, what can Doubt do against elephant archers? Elephant archers are brutal. And Lewis now has better eco techs. Doubt has a lot more res collected, but you can catch up if you have the better eco techs in the long run. And Lewis does have bow saw. He did get wheelbarrow before Doubt. And these warrior priests will really lose to the elephant archers. And it won't even be close. And there's the church rush I was talking about. It may be too late, though. I think this church rush is too late from Doubt, but we'll see. Maybe the aggression will pay off. Oh! Oh! Guys, the demo! We have to replay this moment. We have to replay this moment. This is insane. Like, Lewis knows these vills are coming. He has the demo. Let's just play this in all of its glory. In slow motion. Here we go. He comes in. It gets all 5 vills. All 5 vills go down. Go down for Doubt. And now Doubt has to send more vills. Like, that's 5 vills and the delay of the fortified church push. And now he only has 1 vill. And he has no warrior priests. The warrior priests are dead. And Doubt's trying to continue to make warrior priests. He's adding outposts along the sides. And Lewis says, okay, I know I'm ahead in Vills now. I'll add a 4th TC. And the thing is, Lewis doesn't have to go up to Imp yet. He can stay making these elephant archers for a little while, and it's not a huge deal, but he's going to click. Both players are going to click to Imp. And we're going to see... Oh, Lewis was lacking his 2nd building, guys. The mistake that so many of us make. This happens at every level. People forget their 2nd building. He has the 2nd building now. He's clicked up. He's going to be 30 seconds behind Doubt. But Doubt will have control of the water, and that's a big deal. But I think that Lewis is going to go around. He's going to go around with these elephant archers, and Doubt actually has nothing on this side. He's going to try and add an outpost here, but Davil may die to the elephant archers, which will spot them though. Ooh, and Doubt knows he has 7 relics. He's going to wall up. He's going to wall up, and maybe Doubt's going to play for score. Maybe Doubt just tries to hold the water. He knows that he has all of the relics, and now Lewis kills the Vil. And now Doubt's going to know. Doubt's going to know that these elephant archers are coming. As he got skirm. He's making elite skirm, but he has no skirms. This is actually really dangerous for Doubt because he doesn't have any army to repel this. So, like, Doubt's going to just... Oh, look, Nessie. So cool. So cool. Anyway. Now he... Oh, the Desperation Castle and ranges is just not good from Doubt. He's not prepared. Not prepared for this elephant archer incursion. And now we're going to see a castle up from Lewis, and I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Lewis is adding so many docks. Lewis is going to go back for water for sure. And now Lewis realizes there's a castle there, and he may be forced to go around, but can he really go around? I guess he knows that this is open back here. He could go back around that way. But this castle's going to go up. I wouldn't be surprised to see more docks here. Both players up to Imp. Lewis with 6 more Vils, but with 4K less res collected. So a lot more res collected for Doubt. And maybe Doubt's strategy is more passive strategy is paying off here. He's adding fortified churches for protection. I think that we're going to see... Oh, Drummonds! Drummonds! Love to see it, but I think we're going to see a lot of Navy from both players. And yeah, we're going to immediately see Lewis trying to push back Doubt on water. Lewis knows that if he doesn't have the relics, he needs water control. I will say, the demos for Armenians are insane. He gets Sicilian Fleet, which makes the blast radius for demos 20% larger. And oh my, big demo shots. Oh, another one. Big demo shots for Doubt. Oh my. Ah, that's crazy. Doubt with the heavy demos is going to be able to hold forever on water. I think that Lewis is now in a really tough position because he lost the water. He's going to be lacking gold, and Doubt has all 7 relics. This seems like a very, very nicely prepared strat from Doubt. And this is the type of strategy I was talking about that Doubt needed to have whipped up to be able to compete with Lewis. He can't just play a micro game. He can't just outpace with macro. He's going to have to do some things like, yeah, hold all of the relics and then just take water, right? I don't think Doubt has any intention of pushing on land until he's completely secured the water. Oh, and the huge demo shots! Holy demos from Doubt. And Lewis just losing all of his navy. Doubt quickly catching up in the KD here, and he's 7k res collected ahead. And these Drummonds will be able to range so much along the coast. And Doubt is raiding with warrior priests. He's raiding with warrior priests. Gotta love it. Doubt opens the wall on this side. He's gonna go through with skirms to raid as well. And Lewis is actually lacking gold. Doubt is loaded on gold. Doubt has an incredibly good position. An absolutely incredibly good position. And I think that Lewis is going to have a really hard time coming back. Doubt has played this like an absolute beast. And the veteran that he is showing here in this game. Sometimes it's not how fast you are. Or even the civ that you pick. It may just be the strategy that you have for the map. This is a great demonstration that strategy can win games. Yeah, I mean, big naval battle, but the Armenian fleet is just better. In so many ways, it's just better. And now we're maybe gonna see if some micro from Lewis can pay off here, and he's actually baiting the galleys or the galleons with his fast fire. Oh, but we're gonna see barracks is going up for Doubt over here, and Doubt may start to make champions. Hey, Biello, what's up? I think we're gonna see. Okay, two-handed swordsmen are gonna come out here. Lewis doing a great job baiting these galleons to fire at this one fast fire ship. Maybe we see Lewis take water here, but champions and a castle drop. And does Lewis see this? Does Lewis know? Lewis should know. Lewis should know what's coming, but he doesn't have any army on land. He has no eco to make army on land. He's putting everything into his navy, but the champ switch is in. What can Lewis do against the champ switch? If he had the eco, he could go a roomie. Yeah, it has been crazy by Yellow. It's snowing hard right now outside. And a big demo lands for Doubt. Two big demos land, and I think that Lewis is cooked. I think that this one's over. Lewis has no way to fight the champ spam. And these are 100 HP champions. I think Lewis will be forced to call the GG here. I'm sure Lewis doesn't want to have to call it on this, but oh my. What a performance from Doubt in game 2. I'm so confident in Doubt's win in game 2. I'm going to give him the win already, guys. Oh, and there it is. There's the GG call. I guess my prediction at that point was the same as how the players felt. Yeah, this game was amazing from Doubt. From start to finish, just he played it really, really well. I like the strat. I did not think it was going to pay off initially, and it ended up being a complete domination from Doubt. Great game. Nice way to tie the series up. 1-1. All right, let's check and see if they're into the next game. They are in the lobby right now, and it's going to be Crownwood. So I'll take you guys over to the draft real quick. Take you guys over to the draft. Okay, so let's see. Dravidians was a loss for Lewis. Georgians was a win for Lewis. Mongols was a loss for Doubt. Armenians was a win. All right, there is a theme here. Lewis has used his lower end picks in the draft, and Doubt has used two of his high end picks. So this is something to take into consideration. Lewis still has his 3 best civs. Doubt only has 1 of his first 3 civs. Stonefront and Crownwood have not been played yet. Rampart was a win for Lewis, and Loch Ness was a win for Doubt. We're just going to put check marks that those are completed maps. You guys can obviously see in-game what the score is. And it looks like they're still in the lobby. They have not gotten into the game yet. And that's okay. I want Doubt to win, but Lewis Elephant Civs outnumber his 2-1. I don't know if Elephant Civs is the determining factor here. That's funny. I am worried. I think Mongols and Armenians were 2 of Doubt's strong picks. I am worried for Doubt that Bulgarians and Byzantines may not be as good of a pick as what Lewis has. But Byzantines can be really good. I just don't know if it will be good on the maps that are left. Bulgarians, I think he's going to have some shenanigans. Doubt's going to play Bulgarians in a unique way. I can almost guarantee it. I don't feel like he's going to play standard. I want to see what he has cooked, what strategy he has cooked up with Bulgarians. All right, he's going to have something cooked up. And I think that he'll play Huns on Crownwood. I think we're going to see Huns versus Wei on Crownwood. That's what I think. Because that's the next map is going to be Crownwood. Let's see if they're in the game. Still not in the game. Maybe taking a minute to... Maybe Lewis is taking a minute to collect his thoughts after last game. But yeah, I think Crownwood... Somebody joined the lobby for Barles and Yo and put your castle will be Doubt. that was their name in the lobby. That is so funny. That is so funny. So Barles and Yo should not have that open for a third person to join. But that's funny. That someone snuck in there with that username. All right, it looks like Doubt and Lewis are into the game. So let me hop into that. Let's close this one out real quick and open the next one up. All right, here we go. And we got a minute to wait. We got a minute to wait, guys. You said Huns for Doubt. I think that Huns on Crownwood for the CA mobility could be strong. I think that Lewis will play Wei to go Jianbei into Tiger Cav. I would be very surprised if we see something other than Lewis going Wei, Jianbei into Tiger Cav. Although I could see potentially Vietnamese Fire Lancers as well. Like Vietnamese like crossbow into Fire Lancer for Lewis. I do think that maybe the Bulgarians pick is for like Bagane's two-handed swords to deal with the Fire Lancers maybe. Maybe it's a counter pick. I don't know. I'm just trying to think like how you would use Bulgarians, what you would take them for. I'm a little bit confused by the pick, but I think obviously it will become clear when the strategy is revealed, right? Okay, Wei Huns. I was right. I was right, guys. It's Wei Huns. So not super surprised by this. I think it's gonna be cheap CA versus cheap Xianbei. And it's gonna be like, I think they'll both open. Yeah, they're gonna both open archery range. They'll probably play into a few archers, maybe crossbow if they have some still alive. But I think both of them are going to be playing towards their CA unit. Both players with a very standard start so far. This is actually quite unfair for Doubt. Doubt has forward gold, forward chickens. And Lewis has back gold, back chickens. I think this map is extremely favorable for Lewis. Lewis could wall this pretty easily. Lewis could just wall straight across to here, down to here, and down to here. I think that's what he will do. Or maybe he'll even just... Actually, he might just wall here, and here, and here. He might do smaller walls and just incorporate these 2 wood lines. I actually think that would be better. This is probably too far. He'll probably just wall to here. Because he abandoned this wood line, I think that's definitely his plan. I think Doubt's going to do the same thing. Doubt's going to wall here, 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 and here eventually. But with Huns, it's a little bit harder because you don't have houses to incorporate into that wall. So you have to do a lot of palisades. 2 range opening from Doubt. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think this is going to delay Doubt's uptime considerably, and I don't think he's going to get damage on Lewis with the 2 range opening. It's a lot of skirms. I mean, I could be wrong, but 2 ranges is with so many skirms is going to be a really big delay. And like, are the skirms going to get damage? Probably not. They're not archers, and I get it. Maybe you think that this. Maybe he thinks that the skirms will be worth it for later against the Jianbei, but Jianbei don't really care about skirms. I'm not gonna lie. They kind of still eat skirms. With their charge fire, they still do a lot of damage to skirms. And in all truthfulness, with this stone that's in a decent position, it's possible that Lewis could... Oh! And the house goes up. A really good save from Lewis to not let Doubt's army in there. A really good save. And now Doubt's on 2 ranges with a whole bunch of army, and that army can't even get in. I think that Lewis is going to feel good about this. He's going to see how much more army Doubt has than he does, and he's going to know that his uptime is going to be better. I say that, but Doubt markets. He's going to play open. He's not even going to wall. And he sells to go up. He sells all the stone to go up. I think that Lewis knows that he's up because he sees the score. He knows that Doubt has much more army, but he also sees the score and says, I have not scouted much. He scouted a pretty average amount. And so he's going to know that Doubt has clicked. That's why he's adding this market. He knows he needs to sell and buy to go up here. And the thing is, though, Lewis has been on 1 range, so, like, Doubt is up faster, but look at the vill count. Lewis has 5 more vills, and he's only up 1 minute later. I think Lewis's position is better. He's going to have a lot more res collected in the long run. The reason he has less res collected as of right now is because he house walled all of this. But these house walls are going to help him out so much when the CA start coming in. Like, the CA are going to have to try and fight this side. Ooh, guys. Lewis is on stone. Lewis is on stone, and he's getting the stone mining upgrade. He's going to play Tiger Cav opening. This is a bait. He's playing Skirm to just defend against the Skirms, but he's going to play Tiger Cav opening, guys. Let's see if he gets any of the Cav techs, but I'm almost certain he's going to open with a castle into Tiger Cav. Okay. Siege Workshop forward. I like the aggression from Doubt. Doubt is expecting Jianbei. He's getting Elite Skirm and Bodkin. He's not making CA. Oh, man. This is not good for Doubt. Doubt is expecting Jianbei. He is playing as if Jianbei are coming. He's going to build battering rams And he's going to make skirms. I mean, he's going to add some CA now. Like, he is starting to make them. But, honestly, even the CA won't do well against the Tiger Cav. And Doubt can't see it. Doubt just can't see the stone. It's just out of view. And now the castle's going down. Doubt can see this castle. But can he stop it? He has to get in. He has to get in. The Ram has to break the palisade. He needs to get in and deny this. He's going to try and break the house. That house will break. He's going to go in with the skirms. Okay. Doubt is in. He can kill some vills here. Okay, he gets one vill. He gets one vill. And now the Tiger Cav are being produced. The question is, what will Doubt switch into? Will he make a switch? Because the Tiger Cav will just do so well. Okay, he's adding knights. He added one knight. Okay, I want to see because the Tiger Cav will do so well versus the CA and the skirms. These Tiger Cav have 4 pierce armor with 0 upgrades. 4 pierce armor with no upgrades. Okay, we're going to see a siege workshop from Lewis. Lewis is going to build a mangonel. He wants to be able to deal with the battering ram. And now there are more knights being added. And bloodlines coming in. I would not be surprised if Lewis just runs past. Yeah, Lewis is just going to run past to raid Doubt. And Doubt is wide open. Doubt has 0 protection at home. Doubt is putting everything into this forward. Doubt is playing an incredibly risky strategy. Like, a very risky strategy. And what does he have here? He has nothing. He is so incredibly vulnerable at home. And yeah, he's going to have one monk. One monk. And I do like the aggression. I do like the aggression. But is it going to pay off? Lewis adding his own monastery. And Doubt senses. He senses what's coming. He just knows that the Tiger Cav are not on the front. And he knows they're going to come in somewhere. And so he moves the vills over preemptively, knowing that he's going to need the safety of the TC. And the monk is in position. The monk was in position. This is incredible game sense from Doubt. Absolutely insane game sense. Doubt. And he gets the conversion. He gets the conversion on the Tiger Cav. And now Lewis is playing defense at home. He does get the ram. That TC will go up. The Tiger Cav are coming in. The skirms and the Tiger Cav are here. Lewis on 2 TC now. Doubt on 3 TC. 3-ville lead for Doubt. Slight res collected lead for Lewis. Army composition a little better for Lewis. But Doubt with the cheap CA. He's got a lot of army on the field. And Lewis throwing away his skirms. Like, Lewis is throwing away a lot of skirms there. That was a mistake. He should have clicked back to the castle. Instead, he had the skirms sitting there dying to the elite skirms. And Lewis is going to go back for round 2. He's like, all right, I went in once for a raid. It was denied. I'm going to go back. Will Doubt see this? Okay, Doubt just misses the raid. He's looking. He's looking for the raid. And Doubt sees it here. He knows what's coming now. Okay, conversion. I don't know where that conversion happened. Okay, a skirm got converted. And now a Tiger Cav got converted for Doubt. 3 TCs now from Lewis. Lewis with a lot of idols. Oh, he's going to go for a second castle. This is so risky. And he deletes. He deletes. I think he's going to do it behind. Where does he add it? Where is he going to put that second castle? Maybe he's going to wait for more army. He's going to bring back his tiger cav, maybe. I will say that the eco is looking pretty good for Lewis. Lewis has more res collected, but he's also got wheelbarrow and bowsaw. No bowsaw, no wheelbarrow from Doubt. So eco's pretty strong right now for Lewis. And he does have 3 TCs, and he is getting a second protective castle. Ooh, but Doubt adding a 4th TC. He's adding a 4th TC. This is like really greedy from Doubt. Doubt's like, okay, I have map control, I have army. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna boom like a madman behind it. And now he's getting wheelbarrow. Yeah, so Biello wants to know which spot I would take if I could get into one of these positions right now. I would 100% take Lewis's position because the Wei are just the better civ late game. They just have like Tiger Cav Jianbei is just so strong. I don't think there's much that can beat it. And Intraction Treb Mass is just really hard to deal with as well. I think the Tiger Cav will beat Tarkins. And the Jianbei are just so cheap. They're basically like an even cheaper version of CA. I think Tiger Cav will actually be like the deciding factor in this game. And here's the thing. Doubt is on 0. He's on 0 castles, right? He doesn't even have enough to build a castle. Lewis is already on Tiger Cav with 2 castles, so the mass is going to be there, right? And now that the chain barding armor is in, Tiger Cav will be almost unstoppable, especially right now in Castle Age. So like this army will this will clean everything here. Doubt is not paying attention, and he loses all the skirms here. This is a huge loss for Doubt. The Tiger Cav clean up so much there. And now Tiger Cav are going to chase down this army of CA as well. I think Lewis is slowly gaining the advantage here. Doubt will have the better eco. He has 10 more vills. He has a better eco, but will he be able to survive the onslaught of Tiger Cav? And Tiger Cav just don't care about CA. They don't care about town center fire. Yeah, Lewis is just gonna dive. Lewis does not care about the TC fire. He's gonna go right under TCs and he's gonna raid. And I think Lewis is gonna be very happy with the position that he's in. He's just gonna go, yeah, he's gonna run straight to woodlines, and all of the vills are gonna be idled for Doubt. Doubt is going to have to somehow deal with these Tiger Cav, but what can he make to deal with the Tiger Cav? And the Tiger Cav are feasting on vills. They're feasting on vills everywhere, and they're not dying. They just don't die. Ah, man, the Tiger Cav's just such a busted unit when they get to mid Castle Age or late Castle Age. Just, oh, there's a forward castle from Lewis, and Doubt can't get his castle up. The castle's denied. This castle drop is crucial. It covers this 4-tile stone. It hits the front TC, and Lewis is raiding Doubt everywhere, and Doubt cannot kill the Tiger Cav. Not enough knights on the field. Doubt is trying desperately to get rid of this Tiger Cav, but he just can't do it. He has these CA that are still out and about, and they're not at home defending. No walls for Doubt, and Doubt is up to Imp, but he's down to 80 vills. He's down 20 vills. And suddenly Lewis has a 30-6 eco KD. He has the res collected. He's going to add a 4th TC forward. And now Doubt is trying desperately to get another castle up at home. But I think this one gets denied as well. I don't think that Doubt can get this castle up. And this castle is crucial to be able to make Trebs. He desperately needs a castle. This Tiger Cav with their incredibly strong 6 Pierce armor takes almost no damage from the CA. And Lewis says, your Cav archers don't scare me. I will chase you to the end of the map. And the Tiger Cav spam is just too strong. And Doubt will have to call the GG here. He has no choice but to call the GG. There's no choice at all. And the GG is called. Insane. The Tiger Cav is just so busted. I do think, guys, I do think that the Tiger Cav will be nerfed in the next patch. I do think the Tiger Cav will be nerfed. I think they'll lose 1 Pierce armor in Castle. I think that's actually what they need. It's just to lose 1 Pierce armor in Castle so that they're not so tanky. I mean, these Tiger Cav are literal tanks. I know they're expensive, but if you do get to them, they absorb everything. They can run under every TC. They can fight entire armies of CA without dying. This is actually a really good example of just how strong they are. Lewis's strategy of just patiently waiting to get to Tiger Cav and not build a lot of army or invest a lot of army was really good. He walled up and kept his base safe, played 1 castle into 2nd castle, and eventually he's just massing Tiger Cav, and they're just an unstoppable unit. But yeah, this was a fun one. Like, Doubt, I think, did the right thing in playing high aggression. He just couldn't get into the base. I think Doubt needed to send like 2 mangonels this side and just push. Just push through and take Lewis off of his gold, take Lewis off of his farms, and play high aggression. And the aggression needed to be like right here, and it needed to be multiple mangonels, maybe even 2 siege workshops. Right? Maybe forget about going for the relics and play to end the game early, because if you go late, Wei is just too strong. It's just too strong of a civ if you go late. Okay, Doubt and Lewis are in the lobby for game 4. Let's take a look at the draft. Let's take a look at the draft real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oops. Get you guys over there with me. Okay. So, Lewis just played his best civ. It's no surprise that Lewis got a win on his home map with his best civ. Right? That's just not a surprise. And the thing is, Doubt lost against Lewis's best pick with his worst pick. So I don't think Doubt has to be super worried about that loss. That was Lewis's first home map. Doubt won his home map. And now we're going to go to Doubt's second home map. We're going to be playing Dorothea Quarry. I think we're going to see maybe Bengalis here. Maybe we're going to see like a Bengalis Persians game or Bengalis Jurchens game. I really don't know Dorothea Quarry that well to know what they're going to go for, to be honest. Stonefront, I think, could definitely be like a Byzantines Vietnamese or Byzantines Jurchens. I think we might see Persians Bengalis here on this Dorothea Quarry. We'll take a look and see where they're at. Okay, they're in the game, so we're going to go ahead and hop in. Let me get us there real quick. Also, hi, Rusi. How are you? Sorry I didn't say hello earlier. Or maybe I did and I forgot. And Grape Juice, good to see you as well. All right. Into game 4. This has been a really good set. I've really enjoyed it. Okay, we got a minute to wait before the game will start for us because there's a 2-minute delay. And guys, we're going to see Jurchens Bulgarians. Jurchens Bulgarians. Interesting. I have not seen this matchup ever. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Jurchens play Bulgarians. Let alone Jurchens Bulgarians on Dorothea Quarry. That is so interesting. I wonder if Lewis has some kind of FC scheme up his sleeve with Jurchens, like FC Firelancer, FC maybe an FC Grenadier play. I mean, against Bulgarians, Grenadiers could be good, right? Could be good. Or Firelancers could be good too. Either one. And if you remember right, I said that Bulgarians maybe begins to deal with Firelancers in the late game with that extra armor, that extra melee armor. So this could be This could be a really fun game. I hope that it goes late. I want to see Bulgarians versus Jurchens late game. That'd be fun. It's always fun when the game goes late in general, but I wouldn't mind seeing Doubt tie up the series so that we can get a game 5, right? Game 5 is always fun. Okay, Jurchens, Bulgarians. Lewis is playing as Jurchens. Let's get you guys into capture age with me, so you're not sitting outside wondering what's happening. All right. Lewis is going to open range. Doubt is just going to open men-at-arms. So men-at-arms opening for Doubt. Doubt is going to go to deer immediately. Doubt pulled 8 vills off of wood to go to deer. This is going to be a men-at-arms spam. Already have the first men-at-arms coming across. I think we're going to see archers from Lewis. Lewis knows that men-at-arms will be coming with Bulgarians. And the market right away. This is the type of shenanigans that I was talking about with Bulgarians. Some kind of cooked up strategy. And Doubt is pretending to spam men-at-arms, but he's actually going to FC behind this. And he does not want Lewis to see this market. If there's one thing Doubt does not want, it is he doesn't want Lewis to see the market. He doesn't want Lewis to know it's an FC. How fast will Lewis know this is an FC? Pretty fast. Lewis knows it's an FC. He's getting fletching. He might want to invest in a market himself. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Doubt is almost up to castle already. He's almost clicked up. And Doubt not producing any more army. He produced all of the army he's going to produce in feudal age. He made his 3 men-at-arms. And that's enough. And Lewis adding a stable. Lewis, you're going to add scouts? Lewis? You know it's an FC. You've seen the market. You see the deer being taken. I feel like adding scouts is very questionable. Not trying to get up to castle yourself to deal with this. Yeah, it's going to be 2 barracks. It's going to be a longsword play. Doubt is going to play longswords. I don't know if I like Lewis building scouts against what's going to be longswords, guys. Double barracks, longsword production. Doubt gets the cheap infantry techs as well from his smith. I think they're 50% off, right? Yeah, 50% less food. 50% less food. I guess the gold cost is the same, but Doubt losing the men-at-arms that he's built too. And now Lewis is going to look for some value. He's going to look to kill some bills with these scouts. Oh, but Doubt gets a vill with his scout. Well played from Doubt, getting that free vill kill. And Doubt, he's going to lose a vill himself. He's trying to get a 3rd barracks up. The men-at-arms are just not very fast, so Lewis actually getting great value from these scouts. So the scouts that I was doubting are actually getting great value. I think Doubt needs to actually small wall his vills in here. And now they're longswords, so Doubt really can't fight these longswords with scouts anymore. I think Doubt needs to, I was going to say, Doubt needs to just go in and get value while he can with the longswords. And he needs to just leave like 1 or 2 at home to defend. And Lewis is just going all in on these scouts. Lewis is going to stay feudal and play feudal aggression. And Doubt is going to do all-in longswords against Lewis. And, okay, we're going to see a tower here. Defensive tower. Oh, don't run under the TC. Okay. And Lewis is not fully walled, so these longswords will get in here. And now Lewis feels the need to add the market and get up. This is 4 fully upgraded scouts. Well, he's lacking bloodlines, but has the... actually, no, he doesn't have the armor. He has the attack upgrade, though. There is a spear here. And that's actually really good for Doubt. Doubt was able to clear 2 of those scouts. Now the longswords are back in Lewis's base. Lewis is choosing to small wall. Lewis is losing a lot of archers. He's losing a lot of his army. A lot of longswords around. Lewis's eco's kind of a mess. A lot of longswords coming into the base now. Oh, but holy... Doubt is down to 25 vills, and he's actually not building any more vills. He is all in on longswords. He is all in committed to longswords. This is an all-in play from Doubt. This is all or nothing for game 4 of this series. Doubt has way more military on the field. He's got a lot of longswords in Lewis's face. He's getting value now. The longswords are going to kill vills here. And, oh, Lewis stonewalling his vills in outside of range of that lumber camp. And now we got Doubt longswords killing gold vills. Doubt longswords pushing archers. Doubt longswords are going to get in here, and they're going to kill more vills on the wood line. And now Lewis is forced to run. Lewis is forced to run with the vills. Now, Castle Age is very close for Lewis, and if Lewis can get to CA or crossbow, this could be really problematic for Doubt. Now, Doubt is getting a lot of value. He's getting a lot of value with the longswords, and there are 20 longswords on the field. Lewis could feel the pressure here. He isn't getting that second or third range up. Oh, he is. Good quick walls. Good quick walls from Lewis. And this one scout has traumatized Doubt so bad. This one scout has 8 vill kills, guys. Or 7 vill kills. And now he's finally going to lose it. 7 vill kills for one single scout from Lewis. Absolutely insane. Lewis trying to afford getting crossbow and bodkin, but he can barely get bodkin. Or maybe he's not going to try and get crossbow at all. He's just going to go CA. 23 to 33 vill count. And Doubt is not adding a single vill, guys. Doubt is not adding a single vill. He's got 18 longswords, and he's just hoping that those longswords will be enough. And I love this play from Lewis. Lewis with a brilliant strategy. He says, "You've taken me off gold at home. That's fine. I'll go get it in the water." I'll go get it in the water. Yeah, I'm not worried about the gold, my main gold. And Lewis is completely off farms, but I don't think he cares. He's not trying to produce food. I mean, I think that Lewis is successfully defended here. I think that Lewis is successfully defended from this play. Doubt does not have enough longswords to officially kill Lewis, and Lewis is up 11 vills. That hero scout may have sealed the deal for Lewis. That scout killed 8 vills and really destroyed Doubt's eco. And now all of the longswords are going to go down. All the longswords are going to go down for Doubt. And now there's archers actually coming forward for Lewis. And we're going to see scorpions added for Doubt. But I think Doubt's going to tap here very soon. Doubt's down 1k 6 res collected. And his longsword numbers are dwindling. He doesn't have the Scorp numbers that he needs. I think that Doubt is out of gas. I think Lewis is proving that he is the next big young AoE pro player on the scene that is showing his worth, right? He is showing what he's made of. As we're going to most likely see an MBL Lewis showdown. unless somehow Doubt is able to come back in this game. But I have my doubts. I feel as though Lewis has this one. 12 CA, 13 CA now on the field, unless somehow Lewis throws a lot of his CA. And Lewis is able to take all of this wood up here freely. Doubt does not know about this gold out here. And this gold here is still somewhat secured. And now Doubt has to run with all of his woodvilles. He has no wood eco left. Although there are a lot of scorps coming, and if Lewis does not see these scorps could actually kill all of the woodvilles. That could be huge. If somehow... Oh, no, but Doubt reveals it. Doubt does not hide it. Now he can't surprise him. That's problematic. Yeah, that's really problematic. Like, now these these scorpions have been revealed. And yeah, Lewis is like, okay, you're coming with scorps. Well, they can't catch my vills anyway. Thanks for letting me know. The scorps do get some value here, though. And, oh, Lewis is going to find these vills. Yeah, he's going to say, okay, thanks for 3 more vills, man. Appreciate it. I guess he only gets 2, though. He only gets 2. I think that Lewis is just going to protect this over here, and he'll have infinite gold, right? I will say Lewis has lost more vills. Doubt is pulling this back slightly. And Lewis is feeling the pressure. He's run to this wood line over here. He does have a rocket cart on the way, though. This rocket cart could be bad news. Another vill goes down for for Lewis. Oh, no. Oh, no. Doubt sees it, but it's too late. Lewis is on top of 7 vills for Doubt. Oh, but there's scorps there. The scorps there are going to get some good shots. Oh, the rocket cart. Oh, no. Doubt's not paying attention to it. He sees it now. He sees it now, but one of the rocket carts goes... or one of the scorps goes down. The other scorp goes down. The rocket cart goes down too. Oh, man. I think Doubt has to know it is very close to being over. 23 vills for Doubt. 32 vills plus 2 fishing ships for Lewis. No army really on the field for Doubt. Doubt has some scorpions. Doubt doesn't know about this. 4 idle vills just sitting out there that we're hunting. I think Lewis will come out here, but maybe he finds those vills. Yeah, and the army numbers are just too strong. Army numbers just too strong for Lewis. Lewis is in a good position now. He dealt really well with this all-in from Doubt, and I think that this game is officially over. There's no way for Doubt to kill this army, and his ego's just completely gone. A very fun game though for the last one between Doubt and Lewis. I really think that that this was a good strategy from Doubt. I think maybe if he added the scorps a little earlier. I think if he adds the scorps just a little bit earlier, and maybe with a forward siege workshop, so that he can put scorps on the wood lines and not let Lewis collect the wood, then this is you know, a really good deal for Doubt. But I think that Lewis reacted well with the stone walls, knowing that there was no siege early. And good attempted split there from Doubt. But I think the army numbers are just too much now. I think we're gonna see Doubt tap out in the next 3 minutes. He's got to be looking at the score, knowing that this one's over. It's got to be hard. You know, Doubt has been a staple of the AoE pro scene for so long, and losing to one of the young and upcoming players, it can't ever be easy, right? I think I heard the interview that Hera was doing with it wasn't an interview, but it was the podcast with Mazmora and Hera and Doubt, and I think Doubt felt pretty confident that he was going to be able to beat Lewis, and Lewis felt very confident, and Hera felt very confident that Lewis would win. And I think that Lewis has proved Hera's prediction right. And Doubt says, I hope you have the same Vil count as me. And Lewis says, I hope I don't. Funny banter between these two. And Lewis knows that it's over. Doubt calls the GG and says good luck. And we love Doubt. It does, there is some sense of sadness, right? That one of the OG pro players, right, is eliminated from the biggest tournament of the year. But you know, Doubt played so well. To go up toe to toe with Lewis, who in my opinion is top 10 player and is a rising star in the AoE community. Who's gonna, I think Lewis will go on to win a lot of tournaments in the future. I think that he's just getting better and better and better. And so to play this well at this point in Doubt's career is insane. It's crazy. Doubt continues to put up fantastic performances in huge tournaments. This is the semifinal for the last chance qualifier to the biggest tournament of the year. So big shout out to Doubt for just how good he is and how good he has been for so long. And congrats to Lewis. Lewis moving on to play MBL. And I don't know when that game takes place. Let me check the time on that. I think they have a countdown. And it's going to be an hour. So Barles and Yo are live right now. So we'll move over to that. Let's see if those games are live. And we'll move over to the Barles Yo set while we wait for the Lewis MBL set to go live. Pop to have a look from the kitchen. GG's to Lewis. I really wanted Doubt to win, but the better player won. Yeah. This was a fun set. Very fun set. Okay. Let me see where things are at in the games. I'm actually going to go mainstream just so I can look at something real quick. Give me a second, guys. Going to hop over to AoE. And let's see. So, Yo and Barles are in a game on Crownwood. I don't know which game of the set it is. It looks like okay. We're gonna speed up to wherever these guys are in this game. And it looks like the set is 2-1 Barles right now. Best of 7, guys. Best of 7. So, for the record, whoever wins here goes to Redbull. Yo or Barles will qualify for the Londinium Redbull tournament. We'll let things speed up here. It's Magyars for Yo, Vietnamese for Barles. Let me check actually how far along they are in the game. Okay, they're 25 minutes in the game in real time, so they're late into the game right now. So we're gonna have a lot of speeding up to do to catch up here. But it looks like Yo did a classic tower rush. Really interesting. I'm gonna turn the in-game sound down just a little bit, guys. It's just a little loud. Okay. We got a lot of scouts from Yo, a lot of towers from Yo. It looks like Barles did a good job holding. And defending from this. The res collected is super close. And, ooh, what a great wall out here. Ram push from Yo. Crazy, actually. Yeah, Barl's got guard tower. 3 TCs from Yo, 2 TCs from Barl's. Barl's with the better eco. Fire Lancers from Barl's. CA from Yo. Castle drop from both players. Ram to take care of the towers. Crazy game so far. Both players similar eco. Barl's ahead in eco collected. But, Yo with maybe the better position on the map. Well, this is a crazy castle. Barl's up to Imp. Yo going up to Imp now. Treb's coming out for Barl's. This castle will get Treb down. This castle is building Magyar Hussar. Both players now up to Imp. And the CA kind of pushing back the Fire Lancers. Guard towers being made by Yo at home. Barl's pushing out. Army cleared up for Yo. A lot of CA on the field. A lot of Hussar on the field. Okay, we're caught up. We're live, guys. So here we are. And this game is as tight as they can get. Let's see. What's the relic count, guys? Big fight here. We've got CA, not heavy CA, but regular CA with Hussar for Yo. We have Fire Lancer and Imperial Skirms for Barl's. Heavy Cav Archer now coming in for Yo. Yo has all 6 relics. So Yo has the relics. Sorry about that. I was supposed to be on the casting screen, Iron Chef. There wasn't supposed to be a cam at all. I forgot to click back. I was on my main screen for a second. But Yo has heavy CA. Does he have the final upgrade to the heavy CA? Let's check. He does. He has recurve bow. But thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate it. And he doesn't have Corvian Army. He actually needs Corvian Army. But recurve bow is so important here. Like, a lot of CA. And so, it's really good that Yo has invested into recurve bow. Fire Lancers against CA is not really ideal. I like Yo's position better. Yo has slightly more res collected, but the res collected isn't really what matters here. And, ooh, Yo's actually housed. Yo needs to realize that he's not fully popped. That he's at 195 pop, that he needs some houses, actually. And he hasn't realized yet. Good snipe on that Treb from Yo, but Barl's is going to clear up all these Trebs. And Yo still hasn't realized that he's housed at 195. That he needs to add just a house. One single house, or maybe multiple houses so he doesn't get housed. But Yo now getting up to really good army numbers, and these CA numbers are scary. And Yo raiding down here, raiding Barl's eco. I do need to change this to a best of 7 real quick, guys. It is a best of 7. There we go. Sorry about that. I mean, Barl's has the better castle positions, but all 6 relics for Yo. And this could go down to score. Right? This game could potentially go down to score, and I think Yo is just in a much better position score-wise. Barl's may have the better army comp. I don't know. Magyars are one of the best late game civs if they can get to CA Hussar. I'm really liking I'm really liking Yo's position. Barles seems to be lacking the army numbers too. And Yo finally realized that he needed a few houses and built those houses. And the thing is, as the gold runs out for Barles, Barles will not be able to continue to make Fire Lancers. And he'll have to switch to Halb. I don't know, like, Barles has nothing on gold right now, and he's out of gold. I think Barles will quickly realize that he is in a bad position and needs to switch to Halb. Maybe he won't, though. Maybe he won't realize that he's in a bad position and needs to switch to Halb. With the Fire Lancers are just too expensive to continue to make. And there he goes. He's getting Pikeman upgrade now. He knows what's coming. The thing is, 56 CA, heavy CA with recurve bow for Yo. I don't think there's any overcoming that. I think that Barles is cooked. He had a chance to push out before heavy CA came in, and I think Yo is now in full command of this game. 70 army. And 53 of it is heavy CA with recurve bow. What do you do against Magyar Hussar that are cheap and Magyar CA that are incredibly strong? Like these CA with their 12 attack, 6 pierce armor. Insanely strong unit. And that castle goes down for Barles, and Barles is forced to retreat. And now Yo says, I can begin to spam Hussar into my opponent's base. I have full control of the map. There aren't any more castles forward for Barles. There's only 2 castles in the back defending. And we got all kinds of army for both players, but the army is just stronger for Yo. 58 heavy CA. And now, I think we're going to see Yo start to delete vills and just add more army. And Yo found this. Yo has scouted this. I'm actually surprised he didn't leave the Hussar over there. He's probably not paying attention to it. But he knows about that wood that's being taken up there, and the score continues to climb. Score continues to climb for Yo. A lot of vill kills for Yo. And Yo's going to pack up the Trebs. He feels like he needs to back up here, but honestly, I think Yo could just take this fight and win. Like, 53 heavy CA and 17 Hussar will clear this. And then he can just press forward. But he feels like he needs to retreat a little bit and maybe get more Hussar on the field first. But those 6 relics really starting to pay off. And it's not much Barles can do to stop this push. Barles just has a crazy amount of army, but it's just not enough to deal with this many CA. And it's not really all together, right? Barles' army is very spread out. Now the raid's starting to come in from this side. At least a few Hussar from Yo. Another castle goes down for Barles, and I wouldn't be surprised if Barles calls this in the next few minutes. I think Barles knows he doesn't have the relics. Barles gets paper money, but I don't think paper money will be enough. And Barles may be able to hold off the inevitable. He may be able to temporarily push this back, but he has no gold to make Fire Lancers. And there's the GG. There's the GG. And honestly, Yo ties up this series in really strong fashion. Like, Yo able to really put the pressure on Barles. And while he put the pressure on Barles, he was able to collect all of the relics and get a nice eco boom behind the forward pressure with the towers. So nice job from Yo for securing that game game 2 victory for him. It's a game 4 total, but 2-2 now in the series. And I think we'll see them hop into the next game. Looks like Barles is already in the lobby waiting for Mr. Yo. So we'll have game 5 of Yo and Barles. And the one that I'm really looking forward to is the NBL Lewis. I very much enjoyed Lewis Doubt, and now we're going to be looking forward to NBL Lewis. And tomorrow, so one game got postponed because of sickness. I do believe that the game between Viper, or actually, Sito and Sebastian is postponed till tomorrow. And because that game's postponed, there won't be a player to play Viper until tomorrow. So Sito or Sebastian, whoever moves on tomorrow, will fight Viper. So there will be 2 games tomorrow, or 2 sets, I should say, 2 sets tomorrow, which is nice. Vinchester has moved on, 4-1 versus Vivi earlier today. So Vinchester is officially in, and that feels good, guys. Feels good that Vinchester is able to get in after having lost to Hart in that amazing set for that they had to play because of the tie, right? The tiebreaker set. It feels good that both Vinchester and Hart were both able to make it in, right? I'm happy for both of them, and I think that they both deserved it. And I think it's really cool to see them both in there, right? We're gonna see, and we'll see if Barles or Yo make it on this end, and then NBL Lewis. I mean, that's gonna be that's gonna be a crazy set. And I'm expecting big things. Expecting big things. Let's do this. See if they're in the game yet. I might take a short break if they're not, and they are. They're in the game. So let's go ahead and open that up. Give me 1 sec, guys, and we'll go ahead and hop into game 5. Okay. Okay, so the wait is on. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds until we're in the game. I'm actually going to go grab a quick snack during that minute. I will be right back. So give me one minute, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. I have a pear and some more water. Okay, let's get going on game 5. Okay, Barles as Romans, Yo as Persians. Let's see. Barles is going to open right away with Militia, which will eventually be Men-at-Arms. He's going to dock right away. Yo's going to see this dock. Yo knows about the dock. Yo's going to open range into archers. You may hear some chewing as I consume this pear. As I'm casting here. Yo wanted to get a dock up. Yo wanted to get a dock up, but Barl's scout was there. So now he has to wait to get that dock up. That's actually really big for Barl's. And Yo decides not to go with the dock. He just backs off. Backs off completely. I would say that's a huge advantage to Barl's. Like, Barl's is going to get fishing ships out now. Yo is taking this gold. I think he's just waiting to be able to maybe go for a dock. And Barl's finds that. So, Yo doesn't have enough archers yet. He does have fletching. He is getting a tower up. He is small walled up at the top. But he's actually going to lose a vill. He loses a vill here. Barl's gets a vill. Barl's has had the dock up. Now, Barl's does not know that Yo is getting the dock up now. So, Yo will be able to kick him off of fish. Most likely. And Yo is just going to hang out under this tower. He's got the archers now to push back the men-at-arms. Although these are Romans men-at-arms with the scale mail armor. So, first armor upgrade on these men-at-arms gives them +2 melee and pierce armor, which is just so strong. And Yo with Persian archers pushing him back. Yo adding a fire galley because he knows about Barl's dock. And now he's pushing the men-at-arms back. There's a lot of men-at-arms, though. Oh, and now Barl's finds it. Barl's knows about his opponent's dock. And he's going to immediately... Actually, he's not. I thought he was going to immediately add a fire ship. He might add a fire ship soon, though. He can afford it. He could make it. But maybe Barl's is just going to let the fish die. And yeah, he's going to go up to castle. I think Barl's is more interested in just getting up to castle and playing long swords with full armor. Yo is actually still hunting for Barl's scout. He knows it's over here somewhere. He just misses it. He just misses it. And Barl's with Roman Eco is pretty far ahead. He's adding more men-at-arms. And he's adding a second barracks. And now Yo is trying to build a market, but Yo is pretty far behind. Iron Chef says they'll die to Persian knights. Bad plan for Barl's. I think that Barl's is far enough ahead that they'll get some value. And then he can always just add some pikes, right? He can always just add a few pikes in there. And they also have the double armor. So those pikes are really strong. A demo? Yo made 2 fires in a demo, but Barl's made nothing on water. So, that demo's not going to get that much value. He's just going to kill a fishing ship with it. Horse collar for Yo. No horse collar. Oh, this is a mistake. No double bid axe for Barl's. That's actually a big mistake. Barl's should know to get double bid axe. It's always worth it. 99% of times is worth. And Barl's is immediately getting long swords, squires, and chainmail armor. And Barl's is going to have some very, very tough long swords on the field. And it's two barracks for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does a forward siege workshop. And Yo is adding a second range, and he's got 2 towers around his gold. Oh, and Yo's going to lose this vill. He pokes through the side of the house. And Barl's does not care about these towers. He is running right under the towers. And I think we're going to see a vill come forward for Siege Workshop eventually. Oh, Town Center at home. Interesting. Barl's adding a TC. And Barl's is going to add... Yeah, nothing forward yet for besides the longswords, but the longsword's getting crazy value. Already 5 kills. And I think that is he gonna be able to stop this? Okay, 3 Vils is able to stop it, but over here, longswords might break through if he's not careful. Wheelbarrow now coming for Barles. Barles still no double bid axe. Wheelbarrow before double bid axe for Barles. Insane. I hope that Barles double checks that at some point and realizes that he's made the mistake. And now it's going to be CA from Yo. I like that choice. I think CA is a good choice here. And Barles trying to repair this palisade, but that palisade is going to go down. That palisade does not stay up. And that's really good for Barles. Now Yo is forced to run with all of those Vils. Forced to run away. The CA are going to come in and help them get away. Barles adding a 3rd TC. And Barles is just so far ahead right now. Barles is so far ahead in eco. It's crazy. But Yo getting good army numbers. And clearing all of the longswords. So, Yo can now breathe a little bit. Yo's going to add fish, which is actually the right play. He took the water. He might as well add the fish. And Persian's TC and Dock works faster. So, we could see Yo catch up potentially in eco. Barles is going to add some monks. He's going to get relics. And I think he's going to have the monks to help maybe with the knights. As we do see that Yo is adding more knights. A few more. He doesn't have a lot on the field. He's got 3 on the field. A good tower for Barles. Will it be up in time, though? I think he gets that up. Yeah, just up in time there. Oh, he's going to try and add another one, but this one will not be in time, and he's going to have to run with these Vils. Yeah, Yo gets there, and maybe that tower does go up. Oh, Yo runs. Yo could have maybe gotten a few Vil kills there, but chooses not to engage. Chooses to kill the monks instead. Oh, and he's gonna get two monk kills though. So, and he gets a Vil kill. Actually, worth it for Yo. Yo's gonna realize that there's a whole bunch of there's a TC here, and Yo doesn't realize. Yo not paying attention, and he loses 2 CA really quickly. And ooh, Barles getting massive value here. And I think Barles has got this one, guys. He's up 20 Vils, continuing to do massive damage to Yo's eco. And this will get cleared eventually. Okay, Yo getting a few Vil kills here. This will get cleared eventually, but Barles has 3 TCs and a secure eco. He's adding a siege workshop at home. He's not adding it forward. No follow-up dock for Barles. Happy to give the water up. Yo rushing up a 2nd TC. And now a university for Barles, who's going to go Scorpions and Ballistics. No conversion there for Barles. A little unfortunate for Barles. And a lot of army for Yo. This could be bad for Barles. If he doesn't add more army, he could find himself in trouble. TC killing the knight. The Scorpion clearing out these CA. Alright, guys. My pair is gone. No more interruptions. Nice repairs from Barles on that Scorpion. Able to keep the Scorpion alive. And, oh! Barles finding value with his longsword up here on these deer. Oh, but the army just runs in for Yo. And there's just not very much army right now for Barles. Barles is just not adding much army. He has so many Vils. But it seems like he's bent on just continuing to boom behind no army. And I think Yo could take advantage of that. Yo could go in for a lot of kills here. And this is open. This is open. Yo sees that it's open, and he's going to run in, but the Barles realizes it's open, just retreats to the other side. And I think Barles will finally wall this up now. I think, yeah, Barles has realized where the hole is, and he's getting that hole filled. Only one fishing ship from Yo. I would have liked to see more fishing ships. And now he's producing. He's producing more fishing ships. 2 TCs, but way behind on the eco count. 3k res behind overall. And Yo trying to get value out of his army, but Barles doing a good job just towering up, adding scorpions, making things difficult for Yo to get any damage. And now Yo's gonna run up here, but not really much damage to be had. There's TCs all over the place. Third TC being added for Yo. I think Yo feels pressure to add that third TC. Realizing, and now Barles gets double bid axe. Guys, 20 minutes into a Red Bull game, Barles is finally getting double bid axe. A tech that you should get near the very beginning of the game. Another tower being added for Barles. I think Barles might even go for a guard tower at this point. It would not surprise me with the amount. Oh, 4 towers for Barles. Yeah, Barles is probably going to go for guard tower. But there's a siege workshop for Yo. Does he know about this? He doesn't know about the siege workshop, but he's trying to add the towers anyway. The CA are going to go sit right there and not allow that tower to go up. And the monk goes down. A lot of scorpions for Barles, but Barles could be in for a very, very tough surprise because he does not have an outpost, and Yo sees this, and Yo is going to splat those scorpions. Boop. Oh, he misses. First shot missed. Second shot lands. Third shot lands. Fourth shot lands. And oh my, Barles loses all his scorpions to 1 mangonel and 2 knights. And Barles is in a much better position as far as the eco goes, but he might be in a worse position if he throws all these vills. No ballistics for Yo is hurting him. Yeah, no university, no ballistics for Yo. Not good with the CA. An imp on the way for Barles. 4th TC for Barles, and imp is on the way. And Yo is nowhere close to clicking up. Yo is literally nowhere close to clicking up. He has no eco for it. And Yo has to realize, based on score, that Barles has clicked. If he doesn't, that's bad. I think he does, though. I think he knows. So Yo with a whole lot of CA, but no imp. Barles with no army, but look at this. Look at this. He's getting guard tower, and he's adding 5 stables. We're going to see cavalier timing from Barles. 5 stables, guys. This castle should go up. I don't think there's any denying the castle. Now guard tower is in. Barles gets guard tower, and now these mangonels get no value. Besides the 6 scorpions, they'll get no value because they can't push past the guard tower or the castle. And Barles is actually going around the opposite side. I think he's trying to get relics, and he's getting outposts up, and maybe he wants to add a siege workshop forward on that side. Oh, I think we're going to see night. Yeah, night production kicking in. And soon, okay, we're going to see hand cart now for Barles. Barles kills the monk on this side for Yo. And look at this. Barles doesn't know, but he's building his castle right next to Yo's TC. Yo knows about the castle. Barles does not know about the TC. Now Barles knows about the TC. Barls, convert. Barls. And Yo just deletes the TC because he's like, well, that's a lost cause. And he's going to go ahead and finish this castle. Yo's going to add outposts, and maybe he'll TC somewhere back here. These Scorps are just going to raid. And it looks like Yo is going to take this tower down. That's actually a really nice play to add the ram there to take the tower out. And he'll lose the ram, but he got the tower. More knights being added by Yo, but I don't think it's going to matter because Cavalier timing is going to hit hard. Barls is up. Cavalier is in. Or Cavalier's not actually in. Plate Barding, Armor, and Bloodlines are going to come in, and then I think Cavalier will be right after that. And a lot of knights. There are a lot of knights for Yo. A lot of army in general for Yo on the field. This TC will eventually go down. 2 relics for Yo. A third in his hands. Could take that one back home. The Scorpions get cleared up. The Knights are getting cleared up. Yo actually has a score lead. Without being in Imp. Which is very surprising. I think it's because of the buildings that he's killed. Because Barls is definitely in the better position. Barls is going to add Drummonds from the stock. And he's getting Cavalier. No, he's going to add Centurions. Camel's coming from Yo, though. Camel's coming in from Yo. Which will do well. The CA still doing good things over here. For Yo. A lot more eco for Barls. Barls with 7k more res collected. And another castle drop. This castle won't go up, though. I mean, maybe if Barls stonewalls these vills in. Okay, he's going to do that. He's going to wall these vills in. So that castle should go up. And Barls actually can see that TC. He knows about that TC. Okay, these knights are going to go clear the mangonels, which is just a good choice. Monk will get a conversion there. Mostly because Yo is not, or Barls is not paying attention. And, oh, the counter castle drop. And now Barls' castle probably won't go up. I don't think Barls' castle goes up here. That's going to be a doubt castle. That's rough. That's a good, that's a very good stop from Yo. And still no Cavalier. Okay, Cavalier now on the way for Barls. Imp is just about in for Yo. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Trebs. No Trebs yet from Barls. Trebs are kind of essential. I think that Barls is trying to sneak out and see if there's anything to kill here with the Knights. But there's not. There's nothing over here. He can go raid, I suppose. Now the score is deadlocked. Very, very close. And Barls is going to add barracks. I think maybe he's going to go into some halbs along with the Cavalier. And now there's Cavalier coming in, but Yo actually has camels. And he knows about the Cavalier. These Cavalier have all the upgrades. The camels do not. So the camels should be easily killed here still. Barls has a Drummond inside the dock. Will lose this castle. Gonna lose that castle position. And yeah, halb on the way for Barls. Halb and Cavalier versus CA and Camel. I actually like the CA Camel play better. I think the CA Camel play could be better here. Yo, I don't think Yo has any relics though, does he? Oh, actually he has 2. But Barls should be able to get this 3rd relic secured. Barls has Treb inside his castle. He's not letting it out yet. Okay, he lets it out. Oh, it's going to kill the TC. I thought it was going to kill this other Treb. I would think it would be good if Barles cleared up all these outposts over here and pushed out here. Look at how much stone and gold there is up in this area. Like, this is so important to secure. I don't think that this area is going to be as good. There's just less here. There's more res down here to be taken. A lot more res. I think if Barles could secure this and push from this side, he'll be in better shape. But Barles does have a lot more techs and a lot more res collected than Yo. Yo has the better KD and is getting more value. He killed this castle. He's going to kill this castle. Alright, I like this. Barles is doing what I said. He's going to push out from this right side. He's going to... I think he's going to try and defend here and push the other side. And Yo is also going to try and push this side. There's going to be pushes on both sides happening. I like this post-imp game. I love when these games go long and we get to see the full comps and the full strengths of the civs play out. It's really cool. Blast Furnace, Bodkin, Chemistry, all coming in for Barles. Barles will lose this castle, but he does have a lot of help here. A lot of res in the bank right now for Barles. Barles needs to spend, and he's going to get Legionary. I don't know that I like Legionary. Maybe he's going to do Hell Legionary Seadrem? That's possible. Because Legionary and Hell both die to CA. And the CA for Persians is not bad. They're only lacking Bracer. They get everything else, though. I believe, right? It's the only thing, yeah. Just Bracer. They get Thumb Ring. They get Parthian Tactics. All the other stuff. And now, this is a bad castle. Like, this is just a Treb target. Why make a castle? Why make a castle where you know your opponent has 2 Trebs? And that's just the bad decision making, I think, right there. Barles is throwing by giving his opponent a free target. That castle, maybe you build it back here, you make Trebs, and then you're able to push back. But now he's going to try and repair this. He's going to invest so much into repairs. I don't like this castle from Barles. Maybe he thought he was going to snipe these Trebs. I think he only gets 1, though. Actually, the Legionaries with their high Pierce armor don't do too bad against the CA. I thought the CA would do much better. The Legionaries, I guess they have 6 Pierce armor? Let's check. They do. They have 6 Pierce armor. So the CA do 4 damage a shot. I mean, the CA still do fine, I guess. Just they won't kill them super fast, right? Now the Legionaries are actually doing pretty good. The Legionaries and the Helbs I think will be a good combination. Somehow that castle stays up. I don't understand how Yo was unable to defend these Trebs, but I guess it happens. And Romans are very, very strong civ. So this infantry play could work out. I think we need to see Rams, though. Rams would be good. Ballistas and Siege Engineers coming in. Maybe he's going to add some more Scorps. Like, is that the plan? The Siege Engineers and Ballistas would certainly suggest that. That maybe we'll see some Siege Workshops, and we're gonna see some heavy Scorps, guys. Heavy Scorps is gonna be on the menu. This position will fall for Barles, but I think that Barles should be able to push down here. I think that Barles could add another castle like here. Give this position up. Most of this gold is gone anyway, right? Most of the stone and gold is gone here anyway. Give that position up, fall back to here, and then just push this side. No Scorps yet. Ooh, hand cannon. Hand cannon, bombard cannon could be really good, though. I think Barles will struggle against hand cannon, bombard cannon. That's probably what we're going to see. The CA, the transition from CA to hand cannon is actually very easy and smooth. And now Barles really losing army. Barles is getting the Scorp mass, but bombard cannons will take care of a Scorp mass. And Yo is just going to dive here, kill all the Repairvilles, and take this castle out. And this castle from Yo is a little ambitious, guys. It's not just a little ambitious, it's actually way too ambitious. There's a lot of Scorps here, and that castle's just going to get Treb down. The same thing I said about this castle is the same thing I'll say about this castle. You're just giving your opponent a Treb target. You don't want to build your castle. Yeah, now Yo deletes it when it's 68% of the way made. You don't want to give your opponent Treb targets when they have Trebs right there. Even this castle is sketchy. Because, like, look at this. This army could deny this castle. Yo sees it, and he's going to deny it. And now Barles has a second Doubt Castle in a single game. Second Doubt Castle in a single game. 86% of the way up. And literally, he could just make Trebs and Treb it. Now, I will say Barles is pushing on this side, but Yo is going to raid. Yo is going to raid. And actually, Barles never picked up this third relic. It's just sitting there. And Barles has 11k more res collected, but he has a horrible KD. A 300 or 292 to 150. A 2 to 1 KD. Barles has been very, very wasteful with his units. He's lost so many units. Now, Barles is pushing over here. This is good. I mean, this is a good push, but he's also getting raided hard. Yo should probably not sit underneath this tower. Although, I think that we're lacking Bracer. Yeah, no Bracer is actually problematic. I think Barles feels confident that these Scorps will do just fine against the Hussar. But honestly, the Scorps will kind of die to the Hussar and Bombard cannons. Wait, this castle went up? How did this castle go up? It'll go down. Yeah, that castle goes up and down. It went up just to die. This castle is getting trebbed, but it might survive. There's a lot of army here for Yo. And another castle that he's going to give to the treb targets. Oh, my word. Building that castle with one vill, too. What is this? What is this? Barles. Barles, we know. We know that building a castle with one vill is not the way. Never has been the way. This is just disgusting. And now, like, Yo's gonna see this and kill it before it goes up. And we're gonna have a third Dow castle from Barles. This, I will say, Barles has played extremely sloppy this game. Barles had a big lead and has thrown this game hard. Hey, gay guy. All right, thanks, hey, gay guy. Yeah, Barles has really misplayed this. And Barles calls the GG, but honestly, Barles lost this game for himself. Like, he was in such a good position in early Imp and late Castle, and he threw castle after castle after castle when he could have just played a little more conservative. Gotten his army together, put the castles back, and not thrown them. Like, he built castles under trebs and had 2 doubt castles A third one, actually. 3 doubt castles in a single game. It's crazy. Crazy. Well, I think the Lewis MBL set should be soon. Let me check. 9 minutes to the Lewis MBL set. Let's see. They're drafting right now. I think I'm going to switch over, guys, because that's the one that matters more to me. The Lewis MBL set is the one that I really want to cast. So I think I'm going to go over and watch the draft. I know there's other people casting the Barles versus Yo set, so if you're really invested into Barles versus Yo, you guys can go watch that. But I really want to see what's going on with the MBL versus Lewis. So let's see if I can find it. Says they are drafting. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. I'm going to take you guys to the draft with me. Okay. Here we are. Okay. MBL Lewis. They are drafting the maps. Can't wait. Can't wait to see what they go with. What they pick here. I'm super excited for this set, by the way. I'm cheering for Lewis. I like MBL too. Nothing against MBL at all. But Lewis is the up and coming player that I want to see succeed. And I think he's going to be in a large way part of the future of AoE. So an MBL picks Loch Ness is his opening map. Lewis goes Thames. Okay. Okay, I like it. Thames is the type of open map that I think benefits Lewis. I think the water map is Lewis's struggle. We actually saw that in the Doubt Lewis match on Loch Ness. Lewis goes Glacies. I actually don't like this one so much for Lewis. MBL goes Rampart and Hengehold. That is not surprising at all. These maps benefit MBL's playstyle very much so. I think especially Rampart and Loch Ness will be hard for Lewis. I think Lewis picking Thames and Stonefront really benefit him. And Crownwood benefits Lewis. I think Crownwood, Thames, and Stonefront are all maps that Lewis will be very good on. These open Arabia-style maps, Lewis he seems to shine. Glacies, I don't know what Lewis is cooking there. But there's a reason he picked it, right? There's a reason he picked it. So, oops. So we have the map draft. I think they're going to open up the Civ draft here in a second. We'll see the Civ draft here in a second from them. But, like, I'm excited about this one. I think MBL likes to make games messy. And he's very good in the chaos. And I think Lewis plays particularly well when the game is meta. And it is like a straightforward feudal into Castle Age fight. And so I think they play very different. And I think if MBL can make the games messy and play like towers, or if he can play really high aggression like Monk Siege Rush, or if he can come up with some really fun strats that put Lewis on his back foot right early in the games, I think Lewis will struggle. But I think if MBL tries to play any of the maps more standard, that Lewis will have the advantage. Lewis will have the advantage there. Although, like, I do think MBL can win those straight up standard games. I think that Lewis has the advantage in a standard matchup. So I want to see what MBL picks here. Okay, Franks and Burmese were admin bans. I don't think anybody was going to pick either of those civs anyway. So that's not, like, that kind of is irrelevant. Burgundians banned by Lewis. Lewis doesn't want to have to deal with he doesn't want to have to deal with the Flemish militia rush and the early pressure. So I like that. And MBL bans Way. He learned from the game between Lewis and Doubt that Lewis is playing Way incredibly well, and that it's a very deadly civ in the hands of Lewis, or really in the hands of any strong player. So MBL bans Way, and he bans Ketons. Ketons is also one of the strongest civs right now in Redbull, so not surprising. And Lewis actually bans Inca. Oh, and Koreans. MBL gets Koreans, and that is... I think that's almost an automatic win for that civ. Like, it... On the right map, Koreans feels unstoppable right now. I think Lewis will have to pick something to counter Koreans. Something that counters Koreans. And he picks Vietnamese, which I think some players have felt could counter Koreans. But I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I think that's probably what we're going to see on, like, maybe Crownwood. We might see Koreans and Vietnamese on Crownwood. Koreans does seem to be one of the strongest picks for Crownwood. I could see it on Stonefront as well. And Lewis goes Portuguese. I think Portuguese will be Henschuld. Romans for MBL. I think Romans could be played on Glacies. Actually, I'm almost certain that Romans will be played on Glacies. And MBL taking his time on his next pick. Goes Georgians, and that's a pick that Lewis really likes on Rampart. So Lewis may be at a loss for what civ to go with on Rampart. Maybe he'll go Bengalis. Bengalis could be a very strong pick for Rampart. That or Mongols are like the two I think that are most often picked on Rampart. And Lewis taking his time as well. Goes Dravidians, Armenians. Okay, so Dravidians on Loch Ness I think is what he'll go with. But maybe he has Armenians as the pick for Loch Ness, and Dravidians is just a bait. Because where else? Oh, actually, Armenians is for Loch Ness. Dravidians, guys, is for Glacies. Dravidians on Glacies against Romans will actually be good. Or it might be opposite. He might do Armenians on Glacies. Okay, MBL gets Byzantines and Saracens. Saracens is going to be Henschuld for MBL. Byzantines, I don't know where he'll play Byzantines. Maybe on Stonefront. This draft is so good, though. Aztecs. Ooh, where are we going to see Aztecs, guys? Where are we going to see Aztecs? Maybe Stonefront? Maybe Stonefront. Aztecs is such an odd pick. I mean, you can go like all in Eagles, right? Maybe Rampart? Nah, I think Stonefront. Persians could be Loch Ness. Will he even use his Persians pick? I don't know if he'll even use Persians. But maybe. Maybe he will. All right. What are we going to see from MBL? MBL. Hindustanis. Now I'm curious where Hindustanis is going to be played. These have been some different civs. Seen some different civs. I like it, though. I like it. Fun draft. Mayans. Oh. Where will Mayans be played? I think we're going to see like some Huns or some Magyars probably from Lewis. I think Huns or Magyars is what he's going to go with for Thames. Maybe Jurchens. I could see Jurchens, Huns, or Magyars. Italians. Italians. Maybe Italians is going to be... Loch Ness. But then where is he going to play Armenians? I still think he's going to do like Huns or Magyars or Jurchens for Thames. Magyars, there it is. I told you guys. I told you. Magyars is the pick. Oh, Vikings for MBL. Okay. MBL is going to be cooking here. He's got some civs I haven't even seen yet. Like, I haven't seen Vikings like anywhere. Where are Vikings going to be played, guys? This is such a fun draft. This is such a fun draft. I'm so glad we watched the draft because this is crazy. Like, this is a very different draft than a lot of drafts I've seen. So are the maps, though, to be fair. Like, a lot of players played Dorothea Quarry or had, like, Crownwood as their pick. But Lewis picked Stonefront, Thames, and Glacies, and NBL picked Loch Ness, Rampart, and Henschel. I like the maps. The maps are going to be fun to watch because they're some of my favorites. My least favorites aren't going to be played. Vulpine, Dorothea Quarry, those are like two of my least favorites, and we're not going to see them. So that's cool. All right, let's see if these guys are in a lobby. See if these guys are in a lobby. Looks like not yet. So while we're waiting, I think maybe I'll hop over and see what's going on with the... Let's see, is T90 casting it right now? T90's casting it right now. Okay. Yo and Barles are in a close matchup on Stonefront. Close matchup on Stonefront. Yo is Byzantines, Barles is Jurchens. Okay, we'll while we're waiting, I'll pop into that game real quick, okay? Let me pop into that game real quick. And as soon as Lewis and MBL are underway, we'll switch, okay? We'll switch. So, just temporarily, let me get you guys into this. We'll get caught up. As MBL and Lewis are still in the lobby, so once they're in the game, we'll hop in. We can look at this game for a minute, though. Yo, if he wins here, moves on and is qualified. Barles, if he wins here, takes it to game 7. Double archery range opening for Yo. Yo seeming to clear up most of Barles' army. Barles towers to defend at home. A lot of skirm play. Barles is up. What's Barles gonna go into here? Light cav from Barles. Barles actually gets a lot of damage back in there. A lot of camels from Yo. 3 TC right away from Barles. 3 TC right away from Yo. So very eco-heavy approach here. Barles getting a lot of eco-techs very early. Same thing for Yo. Looks like we're caught up to real time. And Barles, or Lewis is back in the lobby. So they're still not started yet. So we'll keep going with this game for a little while. I don't want to miss any of the Lewis MBL set though. So as soon as they're available, we're going to hop into that. Okay. 1 relic collected for Barles. Barles using the Fire Lancers to protect out here. But he does lose the monk. And Barles adding a 4th TC. And Fire Lancer skirm for Barles does seem pretty strong here. I think we're going to see some Fire Lancers at home to protect. Yeah, he's going to make some Fire Lancers. Yo's going to go Cataphracts, though. And Cataphracts will really do well against Fire Lancers. Do you know what would be amazing, though, against Cataphracts? You know what would be amazing against Cataphracts? This special unit for the Jurchens. This special unit from the Jurchens, the Iron Pagoda, would be amazing. Blocks the first melee hit. Right? I think that would be, it would do super well actually against the cataphracts. Okay, looks like Lewis and MBL are still in the lobby. They haven't started their game yet. And Barles did a good job at walling this out. Now Yo's just stuck in there, and now the Fire Lancers... Ooh, the Fire Lancers could trap this whole army. And Yo doesn't realize he's going to lose all of this. Oh, really nice job from Barles just going in there and cleaning up. He must be lacking... Oh, he's lacking an armor upgrade on the Fire Lancers. So he actually won't clear all of it. But 2 more Fire Lancers should clear that. And Imp is in for Barles. Imp is also in for Yo, but that's not so surprising with Byzantines. But Jurchen's already up to Imp, and he does have 2k more res collected. 2k more res collected. Okay, so Lewis and MBL are in a game. They're in a game. There's 108 seconds before we can watch it, though. Oh, I kind of want to watch the end of this game. This game is looking good. But I don't want to miss anything from the Lewis MBL game either. Maybe we watch the end of this game and then hop into that game and we can just speed it up. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so Yo's still on 3TC. Barles gaining a lead here with the Jurchens, and I like the Jurchens here. I think the Jurchens could be a pretty good civ to play up against the Byzantines late game. Fire Lancer, Iron Pagoda, or even, ooh, I like it. Fire Lancer CA. Fire Lancer CA can be really strong. Okay. Like Skirm, Cataphract, Fire Lancer, CA. Which one wins? Which comp is better? Both players up to Imp at the same time. Barles stonewalling the center of the map and has this part of the map castled. Barles only has 2 relics. Yo has 4. So slightly better relic count for Yo. Barles with the second castle going up, and Yo with the second castle going up. Elite Fire Lancer coming in now for Barles. Elite Fire Lancer coming in for Barles. Alright, we can hop into the Crownwood game, guys. I'm going to abandon this game. As much as this one is fun, I might come back and watch it later. But I care more about the Lewis MBL set, so I'm gonna exit this and get us into the Lewis MBL set. There's a lot of people casting the Barles Yo set, so if you want to watch more of that, like T90's casting it right now. Okay. Here we go. Game 1, Lewis MBL. Gonna have to fix the score when I get in. Lewis MBL, and Lewis is playing Magyars, and MBL is playing Georgians. Both really good civs here. Both probably going to play into CA. Ooh, and MBL gets the scout. Lewis not paying very close attention there and actually loses the scout to the spear and the scout. Not good for Lewis. Not the kind of start that you would hope for against MBL. And the spears will clash over here. And MBL is going to open range and a stable. Lewis is just opening stable. And now Lewis knows about the range. Will he add his own range? He will. He's going to immediately add his own range. He knows what's up. Yeah, I think MBL's playstyle is very good against Lewis, but I think Lewis is the better player overall. I do think that. I think it's pretty even, though. I think it's pretty even. We're going to see what's going to happen here. I mean, this is already a good start for MBL. The spears and archers forward is putting a lot of pressure on Lewis, and he doesn't have skirms out yet. And there's more archers coming. I think Lewis is actually going to just keep the skirms at home, and he's going to go try and find value with these scouts. I mean, he definitely could go find value with the scouts. They're Magyar scouts. Lewis trying to get walled up. Thinking about how he's going to wall this. It looks like he's going to wall this here, here, and here. Very, very tough walls for Lewis. MBL in a little bit better shape. He could wall here and here. It's a little bit easier walling situation for MBL. But if MBL walls like that, then he's going to actually lose out on a wood line. And as I say that, Lewis finds value with the scouts. He kills a spear. He kills a vill. He kills two. It looks like it's going to be two vills. Two vills and two spears. He's going to kill a third vill. And he gets 3 vills. He also loses a vill over on this side. So, Lewis up 3-1 in the Eco KD. Res collected in favor of MBL. And now Lewis has to find a way to deal with the scouts, archers, and spears. And it looks like he's gonna. He's able to clear... Actually, he's able to clear this whole army. This is a good fight for Lewis. This was actually a very good fight for Lewis. I think Lewis is going to be very happy with this start. Lewis is up 5 vills. How is Lewis up 5 vills, actually? Oh, MBL with a minute of idle TC time. Talking about pressure getting to you. MBL, it's down 5 vills. 3 because he lost them, but 2 because he had an idle TC. And that's a rough start for MBL. MBL started great with a quick scout kill in the very beginning of the game, and now it's looking very good for Lewis as far as the eco is considered. 5 vills up is huge. MBL looks like he's investing a lot more into the feudal age army, though. Lewis has not made that much, and this army's gonna get in. Oh, the quick gate. The quick gate from Lewis, but it's not enough. I think Lewis is okay though. He can hold this position where the tower is, and he's getting scale, barding armor, and bloodlines. And Hugo says, I think the pressure of potentially making a major homeland tournament might get to Lewis, but I hope he makes it. I hope he makes it as well, and I think that he has a very good chance, right? He has a very good chance. MBL adding the market. He wants to go up. He's got 2 ranges. Actually, he has 2 ranges, a stable, and Lewis just has 1 range, 1 stable. And Lewis doesn't have the res to go up, but he is adding a market himself. Both players adding market here. And this is good for Lewis. This is good for Lewis. He's pushing back this army, and MBL will probably lose his army here. Yeah. This is a great fight for Lewis. Lewis is able to push back MBL. MBL is going to lose all of his archers. He's going to lose all of his scouts. And Lewis is going to still have army left. 5 vil lead for Lewis. Lewis is clicked and MBL's clicked around the same time, but Lewis has army left on the field. And now MBL's trying to add more archers. I think he's going to go like maybe crossbow into CA. And what is Lewis' plan? Lewis will probably also do CA. No second range yet from Lewis. Both players have double bid axe, but no horse collar and no wheelbarrow. No horse collar, no wheelbarrow from either player. We need to refresh the lumber camps here. That's one big benefit of playing Georgians here, is that you can just have the mule cart on the wood, but the lumber camps obviously for Lewis need to be replenished. I think we're going to see that here in a second. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Lewis paying attention to this necessity and fixing it. Let's see how the scouting is for both players. MBL is actually playing open. He has this open and this open. Lewis is playing full wall. And Lewis is not only fully walled, he's fully house walled. So CA will not be a problem for him. At least not initially, but CA could be a huge problem for MBL, who is playing extremely open. And it looks like MBL is going to go with crossbow right away anyway. I think eventually we'll see CA from MBL, but initially we're going to see crossbow. I don't think he'll add more crossbows. I think he will get the crossbow tech, though. Yeah, there comes crossbow bloodlines for MBL. And I'm going to see CA with Bodkin from Lewis. Lewis already has bloodlines. And we're going to see Lewis wall behind this just in case. I think he's slightly concerned with the scouts coming through here. He's going to have Bodkin in a second, though. Bodkin will make this fine. I could see MBL kill the gate and run through, though, and that would be problematic for Lewis. Okay, 2 scouts going back into Lewis's eco. The scouts got cleared back here, it looks like, from Lewis. I don't know when they died, but they did die. And 1 scout now for MBL wandering around. This is actually bad to allow this scout to wander around, simply because it's a Georgian scout who will replenish HP. I think if MBL was playing this smarter with that scout, he would actually go back and let it wander, or just hide in the corner until he gets the HP back, and then he could send it to the wood line to do a lot of damage. Lewis adding CA, MBL adding CA, MBL actually staying 1 TC and adding fortified churches to his eco. He's going to add fortified churches everywhere to his eco. I think that's why MBL chose to play open, because he knew that the fortified churches would protect his eco, which I respect that. But 2 TCs for Lewis is going to put Lewis in a good advantageous position here. And now MBL's getting wheelbarrow, but Lewis is getting bowsaw and wheelbarrow. So Lewis is going to be in a slightly better position eco-wise. MBL's going to be in a slightly better position as far as having defensive structures at home. But, I mean, Lewis doesn't need defensive structures. He's got everything fully walled. And he's actually going to add the monastery. MBL, obviously, with fortified churches, already has monasteries. But neither player adding monks. I take that back. Lewis added a monk to go pick up relics. And Lewis is not going to be able to find any real value with the CA rating, simply because there's so many fortified churches. And now MBL will add a second TC. And I think we're going to see... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. My mother brought me grilled cheese. Apparently that's what was for lunch. All right. I have food, guys. I have food. So, if you hear a few bites here or there, some silence, you'll know what's happening. MBL adding a 3rd TC, Lewis adding a 3rd TC. And Lewis is looking to get some little annoying raids to idle eco over here. MBL does have a mangonel. Lewis knows that. Just going to split. And, ooh, he actually eats that shot. Okay, he makes it out with the skirms, though. And relics? Where are the relics? Okay, Lewis has 1 relic coming back. He's sent monks out to get the other relics. Bowsaw now coming in for MBL. But this is actually what I was talking about, guys. I said this during their draft. I think that Lewis plays better when it is a standard meta game. And this is exactly why I said that. Lewis is ahead. Lewis is ahead 1k res collected. He's ahead 20 vils. Lewis has had way less idle time, and he's taken better engagements. I think that in a standard, straight-up meta game, Lewis wins the majority. I think that MBL needs to make games messy, and this game has not been messy. This game has not been messy at all, and Lewis is doing quite well. And he's got a very good late game civ, and I think Lewis is just ahead right now. Army count is completely even, guys. So like the Vil count is like almost 20 Vils ahead for Lewis, but they're on completely even army count. And Lewis's army actually gets considerably stronger in the late game, and MBL's I mean Manaspa are good, and his CA are okay, they're fine. But the Lewis CA is much better, and I think that Magyar Hussar combined with Magyar CA should be very strong. I do think there's a mistake being made here. I don't think Lewis should dive. Yeah, this was a mistake from Lewis. Lewis throwing away a lot of CA right before Imp. I say right before Imp. He's not clicked, but I think that he's going to drop a castle, and then he's going to look to go up here. Ballistics now coming in for MBL. Ballistics has been in for Lewis. Lewis is actually collecting the relics. I don't know how many relics MBL has. Let's check. Second relic coming back for MBL. Third. Okay, both players will have 3 relics. So a pretty even game as far as the military engagements and as far as the relics collected. But as far as the eco goes, Lewis is really far ahead right now. Neither player with handcart. I think both players will look to add handcart when they can. Lewis starting to make Magyar Hussar, but I think he needs to think about going up. And he is. Lewis is saving to go up. And Lewis will definitely be up before MBL. And MBL actually opts to go for handcart here. And Lewis is opting to go Imp. Some good Vil kills over on the wood line from Lewis on MBL. I think this TC will probably go down for Lewis. But I don't think Lewis is too worried about it. He's got a good castle position. Lewis is queuing up Vils. He did have a little bit of idle time there. He's going to add another TC here in the back. I don't like that Lewis is sitting here fighting this. Yeah, Lewis is going to actually lose some precious CA right before Imp again. And Lewis is on 1 wood line. I think Lewis needs to secure this wood line so that he's not down to 1 wood line. 1 wood line could prove to be very problematic. Oh, Lewis can see this. Can Lewis kill these? And both players get a good shot off there with the mangonels. Oh no! And look what happened back here, guys. Lewis trying to get these CA back home, and as they're running, he's losing all these CA. He ends up trading 2 for like 7 here. Yeah, very, very bad trade for Lewis, but Lewis is almost to Imp, and MBL is still 2 minutes and 45 seconds away. Thumb Ring and Handcart now coming in for Lewis. Lewis with 3k more res collected. And we're going to see a watchtower for Lewis, who may actually play into guard tower here. Ooh, good shot. Really good shot for Lewis, who takes out a bunch of crossbows. And has the hill position. Oh, nice snipe on the mangonel. And really well done there. The defense there from Lewis was spot on. And Lewis getting some good raids with the CA, but this could be bad if he loses these to the elite skirmishers. Yeah, classic MBL. Pull the 2 healthy mangoes back and send the 100 or the 10 HP one forward. I think Lewis is going to be very happy with his position going into Imp here. And Lewis is actually going to run with the CA, and this time he will make it out with the CA. And now we have Mega or Hussar. And we have another mango here, and MBL could lose another mango. A good attack ground, and Lewis snipes another one. Lewis, man, getting it done today. Just really well played in this game. Recurve bow and chemistry coming in. And it just feels like Lewis is so far ahead. The eco is light years ahead now for Lewis. Imp is just now coming in for MBL. There's already a Treb out, trebbing the TC, but he could be trebbing the castle. Now he's going to treb the castle. And another Treb on the way for Lewis. I wouldn't be surprised to see a castle drop from Lewis on this side once he clears the Georgian castle. Clearing a Georgian castle on a hill, though, is incredibly difficult because the repairs are cheap and easy for Georgians. Georgian castles are hard to kill. And Iron Chef says, I haven't watched too much Lewis, but it seems like he plays way better off stream. I think Lewis plays very, very well when it comes to matches that matter. When he knows that when it comes down to the most important games, he seems to play very strong. I mean, he's had some really close sets against incredibly good players. I mean, he had a close set even against Hera in King of the Desert. And I think this could be his time to go to Red Bull. Make it to a major LAN tournament, right? This castle, I think, will go up, and I think that Lewis will be able to secure this position and take out MBL's castle. MBL, I think this castle from MBL is actually a bad castle. This castle is just gonna be a Treb target as soon as Lewis wins this battle. He's gonna be able to go right over and Treb this. This feels like kind of a desperation castle from MBL, who feels like he's gonna lose the Treb war. And so he feels like he needs more Trebs on the field. And he sees this hill and he's like, okay, this is a good position to secure, but I don't think that he can actually secure this. And he's not going to be able to outproduce the Trebs, and MBL is just behind in the Treb fight. I think that MBL will recognize his position shortly. That he's very far behind in this game. Lewis is going to begin raids with the light cav, and he's going to. Does he see this? He sees the castle. He's going to Treb that castle. He has 5 Trebs. That castle stands no chance. Absolutely no chance for that castle. The raids have begun for Lewis, and I think that MBL is on his back foot. And the GG's called. GG is called. And I like this game for Lewis. Lewis played this really, really well. Strong game 1 from Lewis. And I expect this to be a tight set, a very well-fought set, but this is a very strong performance in game 1 from Lewis. After playing a long set against Doubt, now coming right into the next one and playing against MBL, if he wins this, right, he's just proving himself. He's just proving himself. One game at a time, one set at a time. Give me a second, guys. Okay. I'm gonna eat a grilled cheese sandwich, so we're gonna wait for the next game. I will throw on a song and put you guys on the draft, so you can see the draft while we're waiting, because they're in a lobby but they're not in the game yet, so it's gonna be a few minutes. Let me get you guys on the right screen so you can take a peek at the draft. And this game was just played, Crownwood, and it was a win for Lewis with his worst civ versus MBL's third civ. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to leave you on the civ draft. I'm going to throw on a song, and I will be back in like 2 minutes to cast the next one.
Yeah. Yo, Nan. Selecting. Find a match. Cause it's that time at last. Opponents' hearts pound inside their chests. Cause they know there won't be no rest. I have hands of lightning, prepped and built for fight. Feudal hits, it's about to get lit. We drop the range to control the game. Fletching is in, now it's time to win. Find some vills on the wood, killed them where they stood. No hand of mercy, cause they ain't worth it. No time to spare while the enemy is unaware. Be a straight savage, lay down the damage. They can't deal with the dance, they never did stand a chance. Let the arrows fly through the sky as the units die. Don't hold back, it's time to advance. Time to add the siege and watch them bleed. Their base falls flat as we attack. They can't deal with the dance. They can't deal with the dance. Yeah, they can't deal with the dance. They can't deal with the dance. Barking isn't fresh, time to clean up what's left. Who cares if the eco's a mess? Time to get ballistic so we can stat pad the statistics. Might be a little narcissistic. Chemistry drops now, we can't be stopped. The opponent can watch and learn as they see their base burn. Brace are delivered as the enemy quivers. Yeah, they can't deal with the dance. They never did stand a chance. Let the arrows fly through the skies, the units die. Don't hold back, it's time to advance. Time to add the siege and watch them bleed. Their base falls flat as we attack. They can't deal with the dance. 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 Yeah, they can't deal with the dance. They never did stand a chance. These hands are as fast as lightning, built right for fighting. No better combo than micro with the crossbow. You can try to split and dip, fatal flee, but you have no chance to evade me. My arrows will rain, my siege will rule. I have at my disposal every tool. To your surprise, my micro was your demise. You feel the fear as your fate is near. No more tricks to try, it's time to say goodbye. You never stood a chance against the ultimate dance. They can't deal with the dance, they never did stand a chance. Let the arrows fly through the skies, the units die. Don't hold back, it's time to advance. Time to add the siege and watch them bleed. Their base falls flat as we attack. They can't deal with the dance. They can't deal with the dance. They can't deal with the dance. They can't deal with the dance.
All right, guys. That was a fast grilled cheese sandwich eating. All right. Food has been consumed. We're going to have a Men-at-Arms opening for MBL, who's playing as Hindustanis. And Lewis is playing Aztecs. Aztecs always are going to open Eagles in Redbull in Empire Wars. MBL coming in with Men-at-Arms and an Archer. Did get fletching right away. Scale mail armor in for Lewis. So Lewis has armor on his Eagles. MBL. Oh. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze, guys. Lewis actually deletes his tower and rebuilds it in a different position. He only lost 5 stone off of that, but that was a little bit strange. I'm not sure if he just didn't like the first placement and just decided to move it 1 square over. And oh, MBL is going to get value here. Lewis was trying to wall this out, but the chicken was stopping the build from happening. And Lewis is going to lose a vill here unless he quick walls it. Lewis loses the Vil, but kills the Scout. I think Lewis will be okay with that. MBL has some idle TC time again. Second game in a row where MBL started with some idle TC time. Lewis is down 1 Vil because of the kill. MBL with a lot of men-at-arms. Men-at-arms with Hindustanis is a little strange. And oh! MBL! MBL throws 1 men-at-arms, and that's kind of crazy. It chases a Vil under the TC. And here, Lewis is going to come in with his Eagles. Lewis is going to come in with the Eagles. Looking for value. Doesn't really know where anything is because he hasn't done a lot of scouting. MBL just kind of hovering around the perimeter. And Lewis is up to Castle Age. Lewis is up to Castle Age. He abused the market and he has clicked up. And MBL has done the same thing. MBL has also used the market and he's clicked up. But Lewis maybe looking to continue his Eagle play, but it looks like we're gonna have a lot of men-at-arms. A lot of, or well, what's going to be longswords for MBL. And we do see Lewis has actually baited MBL. He's added 1 archer. He's added 1 archer. I think he's trying to bait. Oh, whoa, whoa. Lewis not meaning to engage there, and he loses an Eagle. Oh, oh, are we gonna see a quick wall? Oh, the quick wall, and the barracks will still go up here. Nice job from Lewis to save the Vil. Well, he won't save the Vil, but he saves him long enough to get the barracks up. And Lewis actually still has some idols. Okay, he let the idols out. And this is totally a bait. Lewis is making MBL think that he's playing archers. He is not going to play archers. He's going to keep going with the Eagles. And Lewis just has everything on gold. Everything on golden. Ooh, these 2 Vils could get killed here. Lewis needs to pay attention. He does. Lewis pays attention. He pulls back. Could we see Jaguars here? Is it possible that Lewis is going to play Jaguars here? Like, he's on stone, or is he just going to play towers? This might just be for another tower, guys. And now we have Eagles. Eagle raid. Not really coming in. I think MBL wants to play, he wants to play Ghulams. And he's going to get the castle. He's been on stone this whole time, and he's going to go into the castle, and Ghulams will be amazing here. Ghulams will get amazing value. The question is, can he get enough Ghulams? Can MBL get enough Ghulams to match the Eagle numbers, or at least enough to win the fights? And Lewis loses a lot of Eagles here. Lewis loses a lot of Eagles here. And, ooh, Lewis says, you want to play infantry, you want to play Ghulams, I'll do you one better. I'll play Aztec monks. And I like this play from Lewis. This is a great response. He sees the castle. He knows Ghulams are coming. He's like, I have Aztec monks. MBL's going to build a monastery of his own. He's going to build a monastery of his own. The Eco KD is 3-0 in favor of MBL. And actually, Lewis has 1 minute and 14 seconds of idle TC time now. And just now gets double bid axe. So maybe Lewis a little bit nervous in this game. Maybe feeling the pressure here. But still, good response with the monks. And I think we're gonna see a lot of Aztec monks. Maybe at some point we'll see a forward siege workshop to try and take out this castle. I think Lewis will try to avoid this game going late, as Hindustanis tend to have a very, very strong late game. And the Ghulams will be really good here. The Ghulams will do tremendously well against the Eagles. And Eagles not able to outrun the Ghulams. Gulams actually might be faster. Gulams are faster. Wow. I didn't even realize that. Gulams are faster than the Eagles. But we have a lot of monks now. A lot of monks now. And we have a forward castle. The castle is coming. And there are a lot of monks here. And this castle... Okay. Lewis needs to build this castle closer. This castle needs to be close enough that it covers the gold. Maybe here. Can he fit it there? Oh, don't tell me he's going to go with a safe castle. Oh, he sees the TC. Maybe he's going to place it on that TC. Oh, that's a lot of gulams, though. It's a lot of gulams. There's not a lot of monks at home. Okay, gets 1 man-at-arms conversion. CA? Oh, Lewis, that is not a good castle. It's not a good castle. No. How many of these still have charge? Okay, he gets some good conversions. How many of these will stay alive? Okay, he actually saves quite a few monks, too. And he gets another conversion. So, really good conversions there. And we're going to see Jaguar Warriors. I mean, Jaguar Warriors, who would have thought we would have seen Jaguar Warriors in this matchup? It's just a magnificent unit. It's so fun to watch. And the monks are good here. Now, Devotion is coming in for MBL. Another castle from MBL. Oh, no. Lewis saved the monks. He saves the monks. Okay, he needs to keep his units from running into the castle fire. And he's going to. But MBL is on 2 TCs here, guys. MBL is on 2 TCs. Lewis with a very susceptible eco here, and MBL is going to find these vills. Do we have any monks at home? It's 2 monks at home, so maybe these vills can be saved. And Towers is just going to go up for MBL, and MBL just has a much stronger eco. Cheaper vills as well, so he's able to produce and continue to make vills. And MBL collecting his own relics, so Lewis can't have them. And I think at some point, Lewis is going to have to dive and take a fight on one of these towers. And Lewis actually has enough res. He could build another castle. Is he going to opt to try and click up? Or is he going to build another castle? I think this is a bad fight for MBL. This is not a good fight for MBL. He's going to get so many conversions for Lewis. Oh, maybe it is a good fight for MBL. Insane value for MBL. I can't believe that went so well. That's very surprising that so few conversions came in. And I think MBL wins this game now. I think this game is over. MBL with a great strategy here. Something we haven't actually seen. Yeah, and I think that MBL will just call the G, or Lewis will call the GG here after this fight. He'll realize this game's over. And just nothing that Lewis can do, and the GG is called. A really strong strategy from MBL. I think that there are better civs on this map, for sure. I'm slightly surprised by the choice from both players on this map. All right, so a loss from MBL with Aztecs. Let's go ahead and take a look at the draft real quick. Okay, so Lewis loses with Aztecs after he wins with Magyars. MBL loses with Georgians, and then he wins with the Hindustanis. Neither player using their top picks yet. I guess Georgians could be considered one of the top picks, potentially. But this is the home map for MBL. This is the second home map for MBL. So MBL takes a win on Rampart. Lewis is going to be able to play his own home map now. And I think that Lewis will probably play Thames. And I think on Thames, we may see... Maybe we'll see Persians on Thames. But I'm not actually sure what player these players will go for on Thames. I think we could see something like Persians, Vikings, or potentially the Vietnamese, Mayans, or something along those lines. I thought we were going to see CA on Thames, but maybe not. Maybe not. Magyars ended up being the Rampart pick, and Georgians, which made sense how open the map is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they'll cook up. This Rampart game was different than anything I've seen so far. I've seen Eagles on Rampart, but I hadn't seen a Hindustani Ghulam counter pick. That's interesting. Really interesting counter pick. I like it. Let's look and see if they're in the lobby. They're in the lobby, so it might be a second before they're ready. I want to take a look, guys, and see who went on, if it was Yo or Barles that moved on. And I'll let you guys know if I'm going to give spoilers here in a second. There hasn't been an update. There has not been an update. 1 second. They're not in a game. Okay. All right. Spoilers. Spoilers. If you don't want to know the result between Yo and Barles, don't listen. Okay. I'll give you a second. All right. Yo won 4-2. So Yo did win that 6th game that we were watching. Byzantines versus Churchins on Stonefront. So Yo is qualified. So Yo has gone through. And let's see, Vinchester we already talked about. Vinchester went through. Tomorrow we'll have a game between Sato and Sebastian. Whoever wins that will play Viper, and whoever wins that will go through. And then right now we're watching Lewis MBL. And Lewis MBL is tied 1-1. Whoever wins this set. Somebody was sick, Def Vader. Somebody was sick in. I'm assuming Sato or Sebastian. One of them is sick, and can't play, and so they pushed the game out till tomorrow. And because of that, obviously Viper's playing the winner of that game, so Viper can't play until tomorrow. I'm assuming they could have just given an admin win, but I doubt Sato or Sebastian would want that. I think both of them want to play and want to give the other person a chance. I don't think that they're gonna. If it were earlier in the bracket, I think that they would have given an admin win just to not hold everything up. But because this is so late in the bracket. And these players have done so much to get this far. I think it's fair to give that day for somebody to recover and to play. I think Sato or Sebastian could beat Viper. I don't think you just I don't think you just let Viper go to the main event. I don't think he's a shoe-in for it. I do think that he has the higher probability of going over Sato or Sebastian. But yeah. All right. They're in a game, guys. They're in a game. We're going to go hop in and watch that. Give me 1 second to get you guys in there. Yeah. All right, Viper fanboy. All right, here we go. Game 3 between MBL and Lewis. And this, to me, is the most interesting set of the entire Last Chance qualifier, to be honest. I think... this one could go either way. All right, so we have MBL playing as Saracens. Ooh, I thought MBL was going to play Saracens on Hengehold, And now MBL is using Saracens here, and he's marketing. He's marketing and going straight up. He already sold. Actually, he's not. He's not. Oh yeah, my bad, guys. My bad. There you go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Deadwords AoE. Appreciate it. MBL marketed. Let's see if he sold. Okay, he sold the stone. He bought food. He sold wood. He bought food. But he's going double stable scouts. I thought for sure this was going to be like going up and doing a quick fast castle into like knights or something to put up all kinds of aggression. But MBL's playing all in aggression with 2 stables. And I don't think that Lewis was ready for this. I don't think Lewis was ready for this. Lewis is already taking damage. He's going to lose a Vil. And Lewis playing Italians here. He's going to go forward. Lewis tries to quick wall in these Vils. Lewis idling everything at home. Oh, disaster for Lewis. Lewis loses another Vil. This could be a quick one. But then Lewis is also finding value. Lewis is also finding value in MBL's base. And MBL's a little distracted. He loses a scout here to a spear. MBL does have +1 attack. He's going to get another Vil. And this is going to be 3 Vils down for Lewis. 2 Vils down for MBL. And Lewis looking for more value with this army. Oh, there's so many more scouts coming. And MBL gets another Vil. And he's going to take the cows. The cows that Lewis really needs. And now MBL's going to get the armor. And MBL's going to hop out. He's going to have another 6 scouts on the way to Lewis's base. And Lewis does not have the army. He does not have the walls up. He is just now seeing a glimpse of the scouts. And now he sees that it's 6 more scouts. And he's going to get cleared. He's also going to get cleared in his own base. Or in his opponent's base, I should say. And Lewis building a tower underneath the TC. Trying to fight the scouts with spears. He does have a lot of spears. But these are fully upgraded scouts. Oh, and MBL makes a mistake. A big mistake. He loses 3 scouts for nothing. And Lewis is in his base wreaking havoc. It's a 7-7 eco KD. Lewis with the incredible counterattack here. Like MBL with an insanely strong open. Something no one would expect. This double stable all-in scouts in feudal from Saracens. And Lewis has just countered this so well by coming straight to MBL's base. Lewis is playing so well to handle this kind of pressure at home and be continually microing this to do damage to the opponent. And could we see a trap here? No. No trap. No trap. And a lot of idle time for MBL's Vils. MBL just chasing this and chasing this. And the same is true for Lewis, but Lewis has a more efficiently working eco. At least for the time being. And now Lewis will lose the forward archers. And MBL still does have 5 scouts. In his base, which is very annoying. But I think Lewis has a lot more res to work with at the moment. Doesn't have more res collected. Okay. Okay. Okay, Lewis with the quick gates. And holy spears! 14 spears! And oh! MBL runs right into it, guys. MBL runs straight into the spears. Oof. That's rough. And Oh, it's still open. This crossing is still open, and MBL gets 2 fresh scouts in. And now it's 5 scouts, but there's so many spears now in the base for Lewis. And MBL is going to try and click up now. MBL just looking to get up. He does get another Vil. The key Eco KD's even. Idle TC time slightly better for MBL. But it looks like Lewis is going to get this walled now. This is a large army coming into MBL's base, and MBL is not secure. He's gonna go into 2 ranges. I think this will be for CA. Okay, 2 more scouts down for MBL in Lewis's base. I think I think that Lewis could do some big damage with these archers. Like, we have a tower going up. 2 towers going up, so already forcing towers is good. And Lewis is just going to run through. He doesn't care about the tower. He's just going to run through. Another scout goes down for Lewis. Or, sorry, for MBL in Lewis's base. And Lewis knows that there's eco back here, and this could be a disaster. This tower will not go up on time. Lewis finds it. Lewis realizes, and he can actually kill 2 or 3 Vils here. He actually kills 3 Vils there. And now the Eco KD is 13-8 in Lewis's favor. And Lewis is up. Amazing defense from Lewis. Very strong defense from MBL as well after the crazy scout pressure. All right, MBL with crazy scout pressure. And MBL is going to go ahead and go Knights? Knights and Skirms? Knights against archers and spears seems a little bit sketchy. And Skirms, I guess, is fine in this situation. But also, these are archers that have extra pierce armor, right? Hard to deal with. And we have Knights coming from MBL, but Saracen Knights, I mean, you can't go into Cavalier. Yeah, I don't love the approach right now from MBL. Staying on a stable seems sketchy. And he switches from stable. He's just gonna go elite skirm now. He's not adding any more knights. He added 2 knights, that was it. Second TC being added by Lewis right away. University being added by Lewis right away. Crossbow in, pikeman coming in. I think pikeman was maybe unnecessary here, but it's fine. And the eco is just in so much better shape for Lewis, who's now feels, I think now feels a lot more secure that his base is walled. And MBL playing tower defense against crossbows is not comfortable. And MBL is going to have to build a siege workshop at home. Adding a TC in the back. And the pikemen clearing the knights and the scouts. Only one knight makes it out. And Lewis just hanging out with the crossbows. And Lewis sees this TC. Is he going to dive to get Vils? And he dives in, but that's a poor choice to dive there. That TC was too close to being up. And we'll see if either player comes out to take the relics. More Vil kills for Lewis, who's just picking off farming Vils or Vils that are on the wood line. And Lewis will eventually lose this army to the skirms. Okay, decent shot from MBL on the crossbows. And now we have the Vil coming forward, which is going to be the Siege Workshop Vil for Lewis. I would like to see 2 Vils in case he loses this Vil. Sending a second Vil can be very valuable in these situations where the opponent already has siege out. And this is where it's risky, right? He's sending this Vil forward, but if this Mangonel... Yeah, Ooh, MBL almost finds it. And actually, he turns around. And he's going to find it. And he sees the Vil. And this Vil could die. And this is why I think he sent 2. And... yeah, he has to run away with the Vil. And now this Knight could pick the Vil off. And while this is all happening, Lewis loses his crossbows in the back. And now... oh my. MBL just misses the Vil in there. Just misses it. And now that Vil will probably come out and finish the Siege Workshop. But this is very fortunate, right? Very fortunate for Lewis that this happened this way. This is a very... I think not a very safe way to go forward. A big shot for MBL. Big shot for MBL. Really, really nice. And now Wheelbarrow is coming in for Lewis. Lewis also has Horse Collar and Bowsaw. MBL's eco not looking very strong. MBL has 3 Mangonels, 4 Mangonels, but really not much defending these Mangonels. If Lewis switched to Knights here, he could absolutely clean. Good attack ground. Good attack ground from MBL. But, I mean, the eco behind this is looking so good for Lewis. Lewis up 2k res collected. And MBL just in a really rough position. And this is Lewis's home map, so understandable. Lewis must have had a lot of preparation on this map. Good Mangonel shot there from MBL. Just Lewis out here with 1 Spearman and Lewis collecting the relics. And we're going to see a forward monastery from MBL, and we're going to see camels now. I don't love camels. Why camels? Why are we adding camels against crossbows? But we're going to see Imp and Guard Tower from Lewis, guys. Guard Tower will buy time. Imp will get him to Arb and to Bombard Cannons. And I think Lewis feels as though if he can get to Arb and Bombard Cannon, it will be game over. Handcart now for Lewis. Handcart now in for Lewis. And I wouldn't be surprised if MBL potentially calls this game when Lewis hits Imp, because MBL is nowhere close to Imp. And MBL being nowhere close to Imp is no bueno. Okay, everything coming forward for MBL, and this is so obviously spotted by Lewis. But MBL doesn't know that he's spotted because he doesn't see these outposts. There's Imp from... oh my word. Imp and Lewis finds all these Vils. And MBL is going to call it GG here. Yeah. GG is called, and wonderful performance from Lewis. This was a crazy good win from Lewis. The pressure was on. The double stable all-in scout play in feudal from MBL was intense, and Lewis handled it well. He handled it really well. So kudos to Lewis for picking up a really good win here. Let's go and see. They are in a lobby. So Lewis and MBL are back in the lobby, working on game 4. Let's see what these guys are going to cook up. Let me exit out of this real quick. And I'll take you guys over to the draft while we're waiting for that game to start. Okay, so we see a win from Lewis as Italians and a loss from MBL as Saracens. So Lewis has won with his 2 bottom picks with Magyars and Italians. Granted, MBL has not used his top 2 picks yet, which are very strong civs. I think we may see... So Thames was just played. I think we may see Loch Ness or Henschhold. I think MBL will pick one of his own home maps here and try and get a win. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Koreans potentially on Henschhold, because we didn't see them on Crownwood. But we could also see Koreans on like Stonefront. I think we're gonna see Romans on Glacies, and I think we're gonna see Armenians, Dravidians on Glacies. But we could see Dravidians on Loch Ness and Armenians on Glacies. I think that's possible. But Romans, I almost guarantee you, will be on Glacies. And I think that Dravidians will probably be on Loch Ness and Armenians will probably be on Glacies, or reversed. I think we'll see maybe Byzantines on Loch Ness for MBL. And then maybe Koreans on Henschhold. I really like Lewis's remaining civs. I think Lewis has his best remaining civs for the maps that are available. They're still in the lobby. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back, and we'll be right back to it, guys. Just give me like 30 seconds. And Dippy Dog. Hello, and welcome to the YouTube chat, by the way. Good to see you. And Someday Waiting. Hello as well. Oh, hello, guys. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. I'm back. Let's go. Let's go see if they're in their game. All right, they're in the game. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. Here we go. MBL Lewis game 4. What map are we on here? Glacies. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna get you guys on the right screen here. Okay, so MBL picked Lewis's home map. Interesting. MBL picked Lewis's home map, and we're gonna see we're gonna see Romans versus Armenians. And this is what I said I thought it was going to be. And MBL picked gray. I don't think you're actually allowed to pick gray. I think the tournament handbook talked about this. Yeah. He's not actually allowed to pick gray. There's a rule in the tournament handbook about the colors that you're allowed to use in this tournament. Interesting. I wonder if that will be enforced. All right. So this is an interesting little twist. Anyway, Lewis is playing Armenians as in the blue, and MBL is playing Romans in the red. Lewis is immediately going for a dock and a range, but he's also adding, he's doing long swords to counter the Roman men-at-arms with the armor bonus. Those are going to get a fire galley, and MBL's going to go right through. MBL's got the armor upgrade. I think Lewis is going to wait just a second to have the longsword upgrade, and then he's going to fight. Yep, there it is, longswords. Longsword is the best counter to the Roman infantry bonus. It really is. And it's actually really good because you have 9 attack and 60 HP, which is just better. Lewis did have to idle some to get it, but that's okay because now MBL cannot counter his infantry. MBL is gonna have to add archers or go up. Those are his choices: add archers or go up. Okay, so this was not very effective. The gate was not very effective there, but I don't think Lewis will care. I think Lewis will just chase these. And MBL making more men-at-arms, but there's more longswords for Lewis. I don't like the skirms here because MBL is not actually adding archers. The skirmisher edition is not great, simply because MBL's not adding archers. I thought MBL would add archers, but he's not. He's just playing straight men-at-arms. Now he could gate, and he does. Lewis gates, and he's going to drive MBL into the TC fire. Which is helpful. He could gate again and trap. He doesn't. And Lewis is engaging this. He wanted to engage under his tower. That's actually a bad engagement for Lewis. Lewis is continuing to chase here. And MBL is looking to click up. MBL is looking to click up here. And I think that he'll get a much better time than Lewis. Lewis investing into skirms here was actually a bad choice. It's setting him back and getting the castle. And no tower for MBL. No second dock for MBL. MBL is just going to go up. And MBL going up. Oh, and MBL actually added another men-at-arms here. So he's actually 4-3 count there. Oh, he's actually got a lot of men-at-arms here in the back. And Roman Eco paying off here. But Lewis does sneak in with 2 longswords. MBL's going to add a second barracks. And I think that Lewis is going to be in trouble because these are going to be longswords soon. And they're going to be longswords with double armor. And Lewis is not up. Lewis will have to wall things off like a madman. And oh, okay, demo gets some value, I guess. Not a lot though. So not really worth it. Any more demos? No more demos, but Lewis looking to click up now. I think he must realize that his opponent is up. Oh, this is a really good fight for Lewis. Oh, that MBL got a Vil, but it was not worth it. He lost so many men-at-arms there. I think Lewis is going to be so happy knowing that this whole army that could have been longswords with full upgrades in castle is now dead. And now Lewis is clicked, so he just has to survive a few minutes. Survives 2 minutes and he's fine. So he has more Vils than MBL. Surviving 2 minutes will be the question. Can Lewis survive the 2 minutes necessary? Maybe. Yeah, he's gonna take a big fight here. And this is before any upgrades come in for MBL. MBL should not be taking this fight. He's taking a horrible fight. MBL throws his army right before upgrades. And again, he's taking another fight before upgrades, and this is a disaster for MBL. I think Lewis is going to be ecstatic about taking these fights before MBL could get upgrades. Now the armor upgrade is in, and Lewis can just leave. Lewis does not need to fight here. Now Lewis is choosing to fight here, and maybe because he has numbers he feels confident, but these are very strong Roman longswords. I think Lewis is going to feel good going into two-handed swordsman, though. The longsword play is working out for Lewis. There is a longsword back up here for MBL. Lewis blocking with the mule cart. Lewis blocking with the mule cart. Wonderful play. And Lewis is going to be up. And Lewis will immediately click two-handed swords. And I think Lewis is going to be very, very happy with where this game is at right now. Lewis will wait. He has 19 longswords, a 27 to 12 KD. And Lewis will take this fight. And Lewis maybe should have waited for two-handed swordsman, but I think he'll win the fight anyway. And two-handed swordsman will absolutely clear here. And MBL says, well played. MBL says, well played. And Lewis up 3-1. 3-1 in this best of 7. Lewis could finish the series next game. Lewis could finish the series next game. Amazing performance so far for Lewis. And I think MBL... playing the strong meta here, which is Romans, but Armenians is just such a strong counter, to the Romans men-at-arms play. I think if you're gonna pick Romans, so let's look at the draft real quick. Deadword's AoE, they both patrol stacked there. And they both patrol stacked forward, so they weren't continually patrolling on a one-tile gap. They both patrol stacked into each other, so that's actually fine. If you take your whole army, patrol stack on a one tile, and make them engage you there, so you're basically saying you have to fight me here, and you have to fight me on this one tile where all my units are stacked. That's not allowed. What's up, Ash? You changed your name. And yeah, so this was fine. Okay, let's take a look at the draft though. Because I think there was a draft. Like, there's a problem with how MBL drafted here. I'm gonna get you guys over to this, and so MBL loses with Romans. Lewis wins with Armenians. And here's what I would say. If you are going to pick Romans to play on Glacies, right? Then you need to make sure that your opponent doesn't have the counter. So I think that instead of banning Ketons, I think you ban Armenians, because it's really the only good counter to Romans. It feels like the only strong, hard counter to Romans. And then you guarantee a win, or you almost guarantee a win on Glacies. I think that would be a very good position to take. Because Ketons, you could potentially pick Ketons first. Hope that your opponent doesn't take Romans. Then you could take, because they're probably going to take Koreans, right? And then you could take Romans, and they don't have Armenians. You get like the free win with Romans. But then you lose Koreans. So, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Where you can't have all the good civs and have no counters. But Armenians hard counters Romans on Glacies. So, it's hard. When you have like a really good civ to counter your civ. It's one of your top civs. It is a really good civ, but you're getting countered by the better Civ. But I think the same situation will be true. I think Koreans will win against Vietnamese on Hengehold or Stonefront, wherever he plays it. I'm assuming Hengehold or Loch Ness will be the next map. Actually, I have to see, what are they doing? Stonefront. This is crazy. Why is MBL picking Lewis's home maps? MBL is picking Lewis's home maps first when he's down 3-1. I'm not so sure this is a good strategy from MBL. Like, you need to boost your confidence a little here. You just lost 2 games in a row to Lewis. You lost Glacies. You lost Thames. Don't pick another map that's going to give your opponent the win. Take a home map win. Maybe play on Lewis. I don't know. I think that's kind of nuts to play your opponent's best map when if you lose, you're done. You know? But hey, to each their own on how they do that mentally. And Dippy wants to know. Dippy Dog wants to know, where do you think Koreans will be used here? I think Koreans will be used on Stonefront. I think Koreans will be used on Stonefront or Hengehold. That's where I think it'll be used. One or the other. Okay. MBL didn't seem like he was in good headspace while commentating Doubt versus Lewis. I think that MBL felt as though he was the underdog here, actually. And I think he's actually right that Lewis is the better of the two currently. I think maybe give it a different time for MBL. Maybe that wouldn't be true, but I think right now Lewis is slightly better. And I think MBL needed to play to make things really messy. Okay, game's ready, so we're going to hop into the game. Let me hop out of this one and into the next one, guys. I think MBL really needed to make the game messy, and he really hasn't made it super messy. All right, let me get you guys over to the right screen. Yeah, I would agree. I'd say that Lewis is improving super rapidly. And okay, we're gonna see we're not gonna see Koreans here. We're gonna see Byzantines versus Vietnamese. I think Vietnamese is better here. I'll say that right off the bat, because Vietnamese fire lancers counter they counter camels, they counter skirms, they counter spears. Now, if MBL can get to cataphracts, then that's really strong. But I do think that Arb Fire Lancer is a counter to that. I think Arb Fire Lancer would beat anything that the Byzantines can make. Because you'd have to play Cataphract Skirm. I think Cataphract Skirm is just harder to get to than Arb Fire Lancer. So this, I think MBL. Oh, I like this. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is where MBL shines, guys. This is where MBL shines. He is going to come forward, and he's going to tower, and he's going to play trash, and he's going to make this game messy. This is what I want to see from MBL. This is where MBL is fantastic, guys. This is where MBL is fantastic. Where he makes the game so hard to play in a regular, straightforward, clean manner. And I think he's forcing... So here he's forcing the tower from Lewis. Lewis is playing all full skirms, but this tower is going up. This tower is going to go up, and it's going to cut off Lewis from this wood line. And it's going to pin Lewis in his base. It's going to cut him off from this gold. And, you know, MBL has the cheaper skirms. He could out-skirm Lewis. And, yeah, just watch this go down. MBL's going to get another tower up, and it's going to be on this gold. And Lewis can't deny it. Lewis cannot deny it. This is the action we're waiting for from MBL. These double range. He's adding skirms. Lewis has 5 vills that are idled in here. MBL needs to put these archers and skirms in that tower, though. And now Lewis is off gold. Lewis is off gold. And this tower is a good tower. Now, I do think this tower will go down. But there's 5 idle vills in here. And now Lewis is up. Lewis is up. And he's going to try and go into Fire Lancers. But MBL's not far. He's going to get Wheelbarrow. And he's going to go up as well. And I think we're going to see MBL go right in and build another tower. Yeah, I like this tower. This tower, just another secured position. Makes things awkward for Lewis. Lewis running with so many vills. Look at this. Like, Lewis feels pressured to go take gold out here because he has no gold access. Now, I really would love to see MBL send something out here to scout. MBL needs to scout this side. He knows that Lewis has not come out on this side. So this is where MBL needs to see, okay, he's not taking gold here, and he's not taking gold here. Where is he taking gold? No scouting. So this scout is idle. MBL needs to be proactive and send this scout over here and find out where his opponent's taking gold. Why stable? Why are we adding a stable here, MBL? Not sure I like that. What is the stable for? What's the transition going to be? Is he going to add, like, knights in a siege workshop, or... Okay, siege workshop from Lewis. That's standard. Totally expected. But this is where MBL needs to say... I know that Lewis is not taking gold here. Where is he taking gold? Send the scout. Send the scout. Don't leave the scout here. Okay, okay. Now MBL's... Oh, what's he doing with the scout, though? What's he doing? Come this way. I'm cheering. I'm actually cheering for Lewis, but I want this to be a competitive game. And if MBL does not find this, he may be at a huge disadvantage here. I do think that MBL is going to try to get to Cataphracts. I think that's going to be the plan. He's collecting the stone. I think he's going to try and castle drop into Cataphracts here. But this idle scout is such a problem for MBL right now. He hasn't used his scout well. If he was just scouting, he would see where Lewis is gone. I know he wants to castle drop, but being proactive to figure out where Lewis is advanced to is just so important. Okay, I like the knight. This is a good knight. He could potentially snipe this. Just, yeah, run in, snipe. Why not? Okay, and he's going to keep the knight alive. Ooh, good attack ground from Lewis there. Nice monastery. And still, MBL, what are you doing with your scout, man? Look at the scouting for Lewis, and look at the scouting for MBL. Lewis, MBL. Lewis, MBL. Lewis? Like, Lewis has scouted most of the map, but MBL has scouted almost nothing. And now for the first time, maybe MBL scouts this and figures out what's happening. If he does, then that castle that he's saving for could be right here. And knock him off of all of this res. And now, instead, that castle's going to go here. Lada Cavalac says, can you show us Lewis and MBL scouting, please? Ah, yes. MBL Lewis. Yeah, you're welcome. All right. I mean, this castle This castle is not horrible, but it is because of this. I'm so so disappointed that MBL has not figured out. Okay, he finally figured this out. Finally figured this out. Oh, Lewis is up here. But Lewis is ahead by 8 vills and has had a much better eco over here. What's crazy is MBL does have the more res collected though, by a lot. Like MBL still might win this game, but I think that he would be in an even better position if he scouted this. Like MBL's still not like in a bad position. Like he's doing a lot of damage. Lewis is losing vills and he's idled, really idled. And this castle or this TC will go down. The biggest question is going to be okay. I like this from both MBL and Lewis. Lewis is going to put outposts up to see if anything's coming. He's going to be fully walled here. But MBL is also going to send skirms to annoy over on this side. And then MBL is going to continue to push from this position. And the thing is, MBL could fast imp. He could fast imp from this position really easily. Like, he's almost there with res. I know that sounds crazy because you're like, oh, he's only got 300 food. But if he just sells his stone, he could easily click here. Okay, a good attack ground from Lewis. Really good attack ground from Lewis. And good trade there. Decent trade. Okay, good attack ground again from Lewis with that mangonel. Another TC for Lewis. I think MBL's looking to save and go up here. Oh, but MBL finds this. He finds it. He's like, oh, okay, I'll take all of those vills. Thank you. And Lewis has to feel so much pressure here. I don't know if I like this decision. MBL's adding cataphracts. But I think if he just clicks up to imp here, he wins the game. Good splits by MBL. Good splits by MBL. MBL could just take out the mangonel with his knight and then kill the vills with the elite skirmishers. Oh, big attack ground. Will he get another big attack ground here? I don't think so. And that vill lead, guys, that vill lead, that oh so precious vill lead that Lewis had is gone. MBL making the game messy and doing what MBL does best. This, honestly, guys, this is what MBL should be doing every game. He should be doing these things that make the game sloppy and difficult and messy and cause chaos. MBL thrives in the chaos. It is where MBL plays his best. Every time I watch MBL play, if he plays like really standard games against similar ELO players, he has a hard time closing them out. If he makes the game messy, he dominates. He just dominates in the messy games. And some players like a clean standard game. And it works well for them. But I think that his clean standard game is what is really good for Lewis. These messy games is what MBL just needs. I think the forward towers, the siege workshop, the castle drop, another castle drop, this all in with these skirms. Like this is what MBL does best. And MBL's dominating this game. He's dominating now. I do think his scouting was very, very lacking this game, but besides that, he's made this game what it needs to be. And like Lewis is just, he's down 3k res collected. He's down in the vill count by 25 vills. And okay, MBL is gonna abandon that castle, but honestly, okay, he's not. He's just repositioning his vills. Just repositioning his vills. And now MBL is going to mark it and go up. MBL is going to mark it and go up here. I do think that the second that he clicks up, I think the second that MBL hits Imp, Lewis calls GG. Okay. The timing is just there for Lewis. I mean, sorry, for MBL. MBL's just in a really good position. He already has the university. He's collected the 3 relics on the other side. He's got 4 TCs and 2 castles. And Lewis is nowhere near clicking Imp. I think MBL absolutely thrived on the chaos this game. And this is where I think Byzantines thrive too, is just making games really, really messy and then having that better Imp time. That's where Byzantines usually get their benefit and their value. Now we're going to have a 3rd castle from MBL. I think the second Imp hits, Lewis calls GG. He's going to realize what kind of position he's in. And I mean, Lewis is a fighter, but I think Lewis will recognize that 3 castles is just too much for him to come back from here. And those 3 castles be denying most of the res that Lewis could take from this stone front. And I was kind of doubting the Byzantines pick here, but the way that MBL has played it is exactly how he should. And it's been really amazing to watch MBL play to his strengths. MBL's going to build a 4th castle. He's going to I'm going to build this castle to protect this castle drop. That's what he's going to do. He's going to build this castle, and Imp is in, and Lewis calls the GG. This one was very over. And it's 2-3. MBL crawling back into this one. Fun game. I really like seeing MBL play his style. I hope that he does that in the next game as well to make it competitive and a hard-fought game. I've enjoyed this set. I think that MBL, maybe if he just opened with a more aggressive stance, then he's in a good position. Noomspawn says MBL needed to wololo Lewis into a false sense of security before making the game sloppy. I mean, Lewis has played a very, very clean set for sure. And I think this game was the first one where it looked like Lewis was having a hard time. I like, if I look at the Rampart game, that one was messy too, right? That was a very messy game, and I think that MBL benefited from it. And I do think that MBL had a great civ to deal with Aztecs. Like, the Hindustanis, once they get to Ghulam, right, it's just really nice unit to deal with Aztecs. And I think that was a good counter pick there. But that was his home map, right? This is Lewis's home map. And kudos to MBL for being able to take the win on Lewis's home map. Let's check out the drafts. That was MBL's 5th pick. MBL still has his 1st pick. He still has Koreans. And Koreans is not, I'm not saying it's a guaranteed win, but it is a high favorite to take the game, especially on Hengehold, which is where I'm assuming they're going to play it, right? Vietnamese was Lewis's top pick, and he lost to Byzantines. I think we're going to see Hengehold, or maybe we'll see Loch Ness first, but if it's Hengehold, I think it'll be Koreans, Portuguese, and if it's Loch Ness, I think it's going to be Dravidians, Vikings. I think I favor Dravidians in that matchup on Loch Ness, and I think I favor Koreans slightly. Very slightly on Hengehold. Let's see. Okay, they're into the game. And it's Hengehold. Let's go. It's going to be Portuguese Koreans. Like I said, Portuguese Koreans. Ah, this is going to be a fun one, guys. This is going to be a fun one. I love Hengehold. It's such a fun map. I hope that it's a fair balance, though. Some of the Hengehold maps have been very unbalanced, so. All right. Let's go ahead and hop on over to that game. Cannot wait. So much fun to be had. All right. Give it 10 seconds, and then we can just hop straight into it. Game 6 in the best of 7. If Lewis wins, he goes to Redbull. If MBL wins, then they're going to a Game 7. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Let me get you guys over to the right screen. Capture age. And here we go. Okay. Insta range from both players. And ooh, Lewis doesn't send his Vil out fast enough. And oh, MB's gonna go for, he's gonna go for 2 boars. But Lewis snags them. Lewis snags 2. MBL only gets 1, and I do think that this was a favorable spawn for Lewis. Lewis gets the favorable spawn. He gets 2.